night at the hotel, and I'm now super bummed to be around here. Thanks so much for having me. Just to give you a few kind of background of who I am, where I'm coming from, and then I'm going to try to answer the question that everybody asks me, why the hell do you wake up in the morning? So what drives you? So let me give you the background. Finished mechanical university college. I'm a mechanical engineer. My last kind of year, my senior year in university, back in '92, so I'm an old guy, I'm 56. Back in '92, remember those days, immediately after revolution and everything. I'm from Romania, from Bucharest. So I got in love with computers. So mechanical engineer got into the computers room, and some of you may remember, the good old green screen computers, right? And got in love with them. Why is that? So I always been an entrepreneur in my heart, deep in my heart. So back in high school, I needed money for beer, right? So I was doing the projects for my colleagues. I didn't recognize at that time in front of my teachers, but I was doing this and got, $10, for a project. But the project meant that, you spend 2 hours to actually draw the project and do the project, and you got $10. 2 more hours, 10 more bucks. So that's a very linear growth of the business, right? You are selling minutes, completely non-scalable. So senior year, fast forward, senior year of college, realized that you actually invest 4 hours, 10 hours for no money writing a project, a software, and then you get one of your colleagues' problem, type in, press print, and done. So suddenly, it's not 10 minutes, 10 bucks, 10 minutes, 10 bucks linear growth. It's like input data print, input data print. That's an exponential growth. And all the good things that you all know, J-curve, you invest in the software, and then it grows exponentially. So when I realized that computers allows me to do this, I completely got in love. It was love at first sight, completely got in love with computers, wrote my first code that in '94 ended up selling to Autodesk. So that was some libraries for AutoCAD. It ended up being Genius, whatever Genius libraries are for Autodesk. I realized at that time that I thought at that time that whatever money I got from Autodesk, and it was a very small amount of money, huge for me at that time, I thought that it's going to last forever. And obviously, it didn't. Started a few other companies. All in all, until today, 37 companies. So I started as a founder or co-founder, 37 companies. Seems like a big number. 6 of them hugely successful, sold the company to Microsoft, an antivirus company, and it became the core of Microsoft security even today. So the team that went to Redmond from us is still the core security team of Microsoft. I've been consulting for 3 years, Microsoft, on building their security business. Sold the company to Naspers. It is what it became PayU today globally. Sold the company to Francisco Partners, and then they sold it to, to Verizon these days. Super exciting, really, really super exciting. So this is 10 amazing successes. 6 successes. 10 of the other companies didn't really lose all the money, and then all the rest amazing experiences. Like really, really amazing experience. I've learned a lot from all this, whatever other people may call failures. I've learned really a lot of them. Now, everybody's asking me, man, why the hell are you just building companies? Why you don't keep them and list them on NASDAQ? Why the hell do you do all this trouble on starting and failing and falling in your nose, get bruises, and wake up again and start it like it's a masochism type of a thing? And the answer is no, man. It's so amazing. So entrepreneurship, how many of you guys are entrepreneurs? Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, very little. So let let me tell you my understanding of the entrepreneurship and what I'm seeing, what I'm preaching for entrepreneurship. So look, I imagine myself, and I'm there like almost every night. So I'm with a friend of mine on my balcony, right? Sitting on a bunch of beer cases, right? So sitting on the balcony and speaking about things, about life, and it gets more and more interesting, speaking about life and philosophy and stuff. And then suddenly one of us has an idea to how to change the world. I mean, after a few beers, you have a lot of ideas how to change the world. Some of them crazy to start with. Some of them, interesting. So 2 o'clock in the night, you realize that, yes, we are going to change the world. So let's go get some sleep. Tomorrow morning, we are going to start change the world. Tomorrow morning, you meet with a friend again, and 9 out of 10 amazingly great ideas, you're going to realize in the morning when the fog is gone that are stupid. But 1 out of 10 seems to be interesting. And then, couple of friends, bottles of beer, and tomorrow morning, you have an idea sometimes. Have an idea, and that's great. And then you start, okay, let's put a little bit more effort into it. And you start look around and research, whatever you want to call it. And 1 week later, you either drop, and again, 9 of them, and you're going to see 9 out of 9 and 9. I mean, a lot of them you are going to drop. But, 1 week later, in 1 case out of 10, you are going to end up with a business plan, right? It's a back-of-the-envelope business plan, of course, 1 week later. But look how interesting. I mean, 2 friends, a couple of bottles of beer, an idea, 1 week later, a business plan. And it's something that, you don't need more. You only need your brains and your 2 hands. And then the business plan may say that, okay, it's not going to actually work it, so you drop it 9 times out of 10. But 1 time out of 10, what happens is that you say, okay, why not? And we're in the freaking software business. I mean, the CapEx, the investment, the money investment, not necessarily so big. So you start with a friend to actually start programming. So, 3 months later, you freaking have an MVP. You have a product. So how exciting. I mean, it actually gives me bruises. So, 2 friends, 2 bottles of beer in the balcony. 1 week later, a business plan. 3 months later, you have a fucking product. Excuse my French, right? You have a product. And that's so interesting. It's an MVP. You ask a couple of friends, is it good, is it not good? Most of the time, 9 times out of 10 is not good, you are going to drop it. But 1 time out of 10, it's going to be something exciting. So 3 months later, you decide to actually put it online. Now this is exciting. You put it online, and even if you are not entrepreneurs, it happened to you that you turned the switch on to put a product online, right? How many of you have done this? Yeah, it is exciting. Isn't it exciting? I mean, it's like, man, it's online, and you start looking to see people actually clicking on your product. And it's so 20 years ago, you actually look on the back office and, Google Analytics. Oh, somebody from New Zealand clicked on my product. What the hell is there? And you start looking and seeing where they pressed and everything. So it's so exciting, like, 2 friends, couple of bottles of beer, business plan, MVP, online product. And people are using it. And it's so rewarding that people are actually using your product, are using your idea. And then sometimes, 9 times out of 10, you're going to just drop it because people don't use it. I mean, the guy from New Zealand is sleeping, the other guy in wherever, Patagonia, is doing something else. So nobody's going to use it, so okay, we had a bad idea. But sometimes it's good, and you refine the product and everything. And then 3 more months later, what else? You put the magic button there, which is pay now. Man, so buy the product, pay. And you again start looking in the back office. Oh, this guy almost pressed the button. So this guy pressed the button but took it back, and this and that. And it's again so freaking rewarding that two friends, a couple of beers, a couple of beers, a business plan, an MVP, a product that people are using, and the product that people are paying for. And that's your work. That is your work that actually created value for people to actually use it. So there is no better reward, no better acknowledgement that you've done something good other than customers willing to pay for your work. And that is absolutely amazing. And that drives me like really nuts. So the feeling, if you end up after, 1 out of 10, 1 out of 10, 1 out of 10, it's a very small percentage. But if you get there, that people actually pay for your product, for your work, for your actual, what you innovated, it's so amazing that it makes all the difference in my life. And then, you start work some more, you start hiring salespeople, you get the company break even, and it's not interesting anymore. And for me, that's what begs me to actually get out of this. Put the company in the hands of a better person, in the hands of a better company environment, to get the company in a better place, and let me do what I know, how to do, basically drink beer. So that's kind of the way I understand entrepreneurship. And I'm not saying, all of us should be entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship is with a lot of failures. It's 9 out of 10 fail, 9 out of 10 fail, 9 out of 10 fail, 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 fail. So you got to be able to swallow failure, to embrace failure, to understand that failure, it's an amazing learning experience. To be able to grow out of your own failures, but in the same time to survive out of the failures. And what I'm telling my friends in the corporate world that want to start a company as entrepreneurs, I'm saying, look, it's amazing. I would at any time drop my corporate job to be an entrepreneur, and that's what I'm doing. I'm just picking my own life here. The biggest question that one has to ask is, can I sleep if I know that tomorrow I don't have the money to pay my employees? That's a freaking big question. And it's important because if you cannot sleep, you actually don't have the energy and you don't have the power and the brains to actually figure out where you get the money from. You cannot solve the problem. You have to have a little bit of, ability to sleep through very rough times. Anyway, so I guess that's my entrepreneurial story. I just wanted to share with you this excitement of doing your own product, of changing the world by yourself, the excitement of thinking how to change the world while drinking beer, or whatever you guys want to drink. I think it's a good time to invite Rado to go forward. Thank you. Go there. See you on the outside.
Well, first of all, thank you for opening ISTA. It was you have an amazing story, and this was quite inspirational start. I believe it's adding all this energy to this audience. Great start for ISTA 2023. And I would like actually I have on top of it, we now have the chance to to sit here with you and chat about some of the details of the topics that you just covered. So maybe we can once again start with your beginning. How did this started for you? How did you go to the entrepreneurial way?
Yeah, so look, I think in my own mind I was always an entrepreneur. So it goes back into high school when I was doing all this hacks for doing the homework for my colleagues, and it's amazing. It brings up a lot of memories, and trying to figure out how to change other people's lives, being it in a very small way, my colleagues doing their homework, or in a very big way, like putting people on Mars, just to, right? I think it's really, it can be either a very interesting and exciting mental masturbation, or it can end up being, actually good business.
So actually, what was the main motivation? The money, and does it change during the years?
That's a very good question. I think that each of us work for some sort of a compensation, right? And some people have different people have different ways to understand reward. And some people get rewarded by the thought that they saved a puppy, right? Some people get rewarded by, saving the world. Some people got rewarded by money, and so on. My personal reward, perfect reward, is success, right? So, and success has to have a KPI because, it's about incentives and KPIs. Money is one of the KPIs of success.
Right.
Not for the value of the money. I'm a simple person. I would never buy a yacht or whatever it is. Honestly, I don't need whatever money is being made. But for me, money is very important because I can understand that it was successful.
Yeah.
What I was saying, right? That so people actually paying your work is it says that you've done something good.
So you like the fact that the feeling that you have created something, but the money is obviously one of the things that you measure that you actually succeeded in creating this thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And can you compare the difference from when you started in the 90s to now in terms of entrepreneurship? Is there a change?
In this part of the world or globally?
Well, maybe let's start from this part of the world.
This part of the world in itself, forget entrepreneurship, it's a completely different thing. So both Bulgaria and Romania are kind of in the same sweet spot of where we are and how the way we understand growth. And I believe in both countries, we all saying that, we should be further ahead and we're the last in Europe or this and that. But we don't realize how much of a difference we've all made in all these 30 years. So both countries are completely different, like, black and white type of different from who we were 30 years ago. And it's so amazing. I mean, it's Western Europe in both countries on so many levels. Entrepreneurship is kind of leading this charge. And entrepreneurs, both in Bulgaria and Romania, are amazing entrepreneurs and very successful entrepreneurs. Companies that are unicorns. I mean, both countries have unicorns and changed the world in their respective fields. And people know how to, from the basics, people know how to manage, how to do management, how to do product management, and all these things. I mean, we've got people going into Stanford and Harvard and coming back and creating companies and helping teams to do whatever they do. I think it's an amazing change.
Okay. And compared to the other part of the world?
I think we're on par with the ability to create technologically.
Okay.
Actually, even slightly better.
And what we're missing? This is the question.
I think we're missing so to start with, I'd focus with what we are good and then try to figure out what we're missing. But what we're missing, to answer your question, I think we're missing the understanding that we can change the world. I mean, we don't dream big enough.
Is the scale in
I think so. I'm seeing so many because I'm with Seedblink and seeing so many companies every day to invest in. I would dare to say that most of the companies in this part of the world are marketplaces selling shoes. And that's a vision, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not saying it's a bad vision. I'm just saying it's a small vision, right? Whereas when I'm seeing companies from Silicon Valley, there are companies that want to put man on Mars, right? And yeah, I took the two extremes just for example, but that's kind of the big difference.
Okay, and to get you back to the who can be an entrepreneur, you mentioned that it's not for everybody, but the question is, if not all of us are entrepreneurs, all of us can be innovators.
Oh yes,
right?
Absolutely.
And how important is the innovation to entrepreneurship?
I think that innovation is very important for big corporates. So being innovative in a big corporates, whatever they call intrapreneurship, or different companies have different names.
Sorry to interrupt. Maybe we have to define what is innovation to you.
Innovation means for me doing things differently. And it's not like putting a red button instead of a green button, but just doing things differently. And there is technological innovation, and there is marketing innovation, and there is management information, execution innovation, and so on, obviously. I think that in today's world, technology innovation is not that important anymore. I think that successful companies, successful teams, successful entrepreneurs are not the ones that innovate technologically anymore. I think that innovation in execution is key, and I think that successful companies are the ones that actually execute flawlessly. If you really think about it, Facebook was not the first social media company. Google was not the first search engine. There are others that were innovating technologically before, but they just made it flawlessly.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that actually they did innovation in the execution.
Absolutely.
So it's once again the innovation here.
Yep.
Okay, and you mentioned that if you get back to the innovation, is the innovation a skill or a talent? Can we learn to do innovation?
No, I think it's a combination of nature and nurture. I think that up to 80% is training. So, most of the work is done by learning, by education, by formal training, by mentorship, by, nurturing. And this 80% actually gets you on par with the best, right? Which is great.
Okay, yeah.
But the rest of 20%, which is skill, which is nature, that's what actually gets you to be amazing, from on par to amazing. So I would value more work than skill. But having work and skill, it's a deadly combination.
Yeah, definitely. Basically, not just to execute, but from time to time to get your head up and to look at the whole picture, which will give you the first to check if you're going in the right direction, and second to understand where you fit and how you can change the direction so that.
And even more, so I think ability to going up and look around is maybe half skill, but you can actually train this. But taking shortcuts, it's a big non-learnable thing. So normally a company would say, OK, that's a good idea. Let's do a marketing research and spend a lot of money and understand what this guy is doing, what competition is doing, what customers are doing. Let's do some customer interviews. And there are some people that are just saying, oh, we need to go there. Just from the feeling, and I think that's, if this is being done well, that is amazing.
Yeah, so what is when you look at the certain business already, what is the main skill that you should have as an entrepreneur?
As an entrepreneur, I think reliance, so the ability to survive. So one of the most amazing definitions of entrepreneurship is every day getting rid of fires, right? So putting water on fires. So entrepreneur has to be a fireman like every day. Entrepreneur needs to solve problems every day. So this ability to not get killed of problem after problem after problem after problem, and you have 10 months of problems, and then one day an amazing success, and then another 10 months of problems. And it's hard for your heart to do this. It's not easy.
It sounds.
It's amazing, but it's not easy.
Yeah, it sounds scary, and.
But it's amazing, man. I mean, it's so amazing. That one day when you have a success, it's like giving you goosebumps.
So what's your favorite part of the business life cycle? Apart from exiting, probably.
I think the beer part is the most exciting part. So, just being able to think on so many ways you can change the world, help changing the world. Like the world globally, there are so many things we can all together do to change things. It's amazing. Each of us has so many amazing opportunities to do this. And combining this with your own hobbies and likes and dislikes, that is amazing.
Yeah, and when you decide to make the exit, you actually talked about for a while about it, but don't you feel that you lose some part of you when you do the exit from a company that you built?
No, come on. No, on the contrary. No, come on. Look, I've got two daughters, right? 32 and 29. And the grandson, I'm a freaking grandfather. So, daughters grow up, and they're your daughters, and you're like, nobody touched them, it's my daughters, right? But then they get married. And then you literally, welcome them to go with somebody else who can, at that stage of their life, give them things that you cannot give them as a parent, right? And same with the company. I mean, the leader of the company in a stage of the company's life, it's somebody better. I'm probably better as a leader of a company at very, very early stages, the beer stages. But then I'm really a very bad leader for that company. So if you love your company and you are emotionally attached to it, you'd better put the company in the hands of a better person to give the company, what's better for the company in that stage.
Yeah, to go to the next level.
So it's not abandon ship, it's not giving it away. It's just making what's actually best for the company.
Yeah, you're right.
And I'm still amazingly attached to my team in Microsoft that they are doing, half of whatever security in the world. So I couldn't have gotten so far.
Yeah. Well, I have to admit, I have several more questions, but I think that we are running out of time. So I would like to, once again, to admit that it was a real pleasure for me to have you here, chat with you, get get you sharing your experience, your thoughts and vision for the industry, your advices to the audience. It was a great experience for me, and I believe also for the audience. So thanks once again for having you here and for the opening of ISTA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, man.
We have 10 minutes break, right?
one that leads me straight, straight, straight to you. You're like a satellite crossing through my mind. Straight, straight.
Only the best.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Nah. Asked you once, asked you twice now. There's lipstick on your collar. You say she's just a friend now. Then why don't we call her? So you wanna go on with someone to do all the things you used to do to me? I swear I know you do. You used to take me out in your fancy car and make out in the rain. And when I ring you up, don't know where you are till I hear her say your name. Used to sing along when you play guitar, that's a distant memory. Hope she treats you better than you treated me. Huh. I'm onto you, yeah you. I'm not your number one. I saw you with her.
Okay, I think we are ready to go with our next session. I'm very happy, so please take your seats. I'm very happy to present you three outstanding gentlemen and professionals who share today with us their experience in discovering the product market fit in Leanplum and after the successful acquisition in CleverTap. So please welcome on the stage Momchuk Yurkchev, Anand Jain, and Ivailo Ivanov.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm Momcho, and I'll be the first one to speak here. And so let's see here. Does this work? Yes. Okay. So hi. Now we have the pictures up. So today we're going to tell you three stories about product market fit. This is the original Leanplum story, which I started now over 10 years ago. Then we'll talk about the roller coaster ups and downs of how you rediscover product market fit in any startup. That's usually the story. And then we'll tell you the different story, which is the CleverTap story of the outside-in view. A different company, almost like a parallel universe, different part of the world, but solving the same problem in a different way, right? So this hopefully will give you an idea of how product market fit works. Now, the main takeaway is there's no right answer. There's going to be three different ways to think about this, so hopefully I'll give you some ideas for you guys. So first of all, before I show this picture, just a raise of hands. How many of you guys are developers in the audience? Yeah, so that's what I thought. So most of you. Okay, so the question would be, so why are three people in suits talking about business stuff in a developer conference, right? So that would be a good question to ask. The answer is that I was one of you guys. I was an engineer. This is actually me, the 23-year-old version of me. I had just joined, at the time I was at Google, and I joined as a software engineer, and this is my first day at Google. They give you this colorful Google hat with a propeller on top. So the idea is you join Google, and then you can spin the propeller and elevate your game, over the coming years, right? So that's me. But I wasn't just an engineer. I always felt like I wanted to be a founder of a company. And the way I knew that is because, well, first of all, I very vividly remember in 1990 when communism fell apart, my uncle kept saying, I'll say it in Bulgarian, "Най-добре да си частник," which kind of stuck in my mind, and I was 6-year-old, and it's just very, very exciting for people because they weren't allowed to start a company, back in the days when my mom and dad grew up, right? But I could. So that stuck with me. But then secondly, like even when I was an engineer, I always wanted to build things that people actually wanted to use, right? Even when I was building this tool at Google, which was a traffic routing tool, so super back-end, like, figuring out how to basically route traffic between data centers, I actually built the tool in such a way that all the teams at Google could use it. And so I went and talked to the teams, figured out what they wanted, tweaked it, made it extendable, easy to use, and so on and so forth. It just gave me a lot more pleasure to build something that people actually want to use, right? It just gave me a lot of pride. So that's that. And so the question is, okay, then what is product market fit? And one of my biggest fears, and the reason why it took me a while to start my own company, I spent 5 years at Google, is that I always felt like I'm just going to go and lock myself up in a room. I will come up with a brilliant idea, and my co-founder and I will build it, and then we'll show it to the world, and there's going to be crickets. Nobody's going to care, and we just wasted all of our time. And so I was just really, really afraid of that. So I later learned it's actually the other way around. What you do is you go and talk to a bunch of customers. You understand what their needs are, what are their burning pains, what keeps them up at night, and then you go build that product. And so by definition, you have a bunch of people that want to use your product, right? All you have to do is just build it, right? And so as soon as you shift that mind, this is what product market fit is. It means that you're actually building something that people want to use, right? And so that's essentially for any of the companies that you guys all work for, it's essential to do that. Now, granted, if you're a small startup, it's all about product market fit. You have to find it, discover, rediscover, kind of go through the turbulations. If you're a super large company, somebody already did that job 20, 30, 40 years ago, and you guys are just working in this well-developed niche, and you don't have to worry about that. That's what I experienced at Google. When I was there, everybody wants to use Google search, so I didn't have to figure out how to get product market fit. But for me, being in a startup now and the people that work with us, that's more of a top of mind kind of thing, right? So that's product market fit. And so, okay, so then let's say, okay, we want to start a company, and we said we're gonna need an idea, right? So that's the first thing you want to come up with. So my co-founder and I, we started brainstorming ideas. I remember we would meet at Starbucks every Sunday, and we have like a 2-hour session, and we had a notebook, and we would come up with every idea that could come up in our brains, and we'd just basically fill the sheet. We ended up with 20 ideas, and they were anything that you could imagine. Like, for example, the first idea we came up with was we'll build a product A/B testing platform for mobile apps. And the reason we did that is because I had built some A/B testing infrastructure for YouTube. I was working there. I had built it for the web, but YouTube itself was very much becoming a mobile property. People were starting to use it on the apps and on mobile. So I said, well, let me just build an A/B testing platform for apps, because that's where everybody's going to be going and using it. So that was an idea. We thought it's not a good idea because, well, it took me a few months to build the A/B testing platform for the web. So, to build an idea, you kind of want to have an idea that takes more than 3 months. You kind of want to have a company that takes a few years at least to build. So we thought, okay, that's not a good idea. Then we came up with this idea to, both of us play the piano, my co-founder and I, so we would basically build a Kindle for sheet music, and you play the piano, and then it turns the page for you without having to turn the page. So that was clearly one pain point that we had. Another one was we had been building a lot of recommendation machine learning models, and we wanted to build essentially a repository of every machine learning model out there, and people can share ideas, and becomes like an open source community around that. We thought that everybody reinvents their own model, so why not share? So okay, that seemed like an interesting idea. In the end, what we learned is that, it's actually Paul Graham that said that from Y Combinator, that it's not just important to come up with a great idea, but you have to be the right person to build the idea. And why is that important? Because everybody can come up with a good idea, but then the people that know how to build it or have actually built it before, they're going to run circles around us. So that's how we ended up going back to the first idea, the thing that we had already built. And we said, OK, let's just give that a try. So we said, OK, we're going to pick product A/B testing for mobile apps. So that was the idea. Now we have an idea. And I later learned that apparently in the real world, there's basically 2 types of companies out there. There's B2C and B2B. And founders of B2C companies typically solve a problem in their personal life. So for example, I have an acquaintance of mine. She started a dating app, and I'm sure she was perhaps looking at some dating challenges, and she started a dating app, right? Great. For B2B, you're usually solving a problem in your previous employer. And this is essentially what happened with us, right? So we had run into this challenge of not having a tool for A/B testing for mobile apps at Google, and ended up leaving and starting that. Okay, so then, we have an idea. Now, what do we do? What do we do next? Well, we want to validate the idea, right? So we entered an incubator called Techstars. It's a global incubator. This particular one was in Seattle, and the idea was, they get basically a batch of 10 startups, and they train them up to help them basically get off the ground. And we literally had nothing. We had a prototype of a product. We had never talked to any customers, but we knew, okay, well, if we're solving a problem from our previous employer, we know how to solve this problem, because we're basically building a product for ourselves, right? We had built the A/B testing platform at Google for ourselves, so that's what we're going to do. Well, turned out that wasn't actually the case. We went to this conference, PAX Dev. It's in Seattle. Hold on one sec. So it's a conference that's not unlike this conference. It's a developer conference, but it's a gaming conference. So gaming developers. And the idea was, we basically just went in and wanted to validate our idea. So just find our first customer, right? And so we started talking to developers, and literally everybody we spoke to, they're like, I'm not interested in an A/B testing platform. I'll just build my own. Okay, that makes sense, because we build our own at Google, so why would I expect somebody else to be using a third-party A/B testing platform? So that was a little discouraging, and we literally, for the 2 days of the conference, it was a 2-day conference, my co-founder and I, we went down the list. There was 200 attendees, and we divided the list in half, 100 attendees for me, 100 attendees for him, and we said, we're not leaving this conference until we talk to everybody. So I literally had a clipboard, and I basically printed out a sheet of paper with a bunch of questions. It's a questionnaire. We took the questions from a book called The 4 Steps to the Epiphany, which I highly recommend. It's the best book out there for finding product market fit in my mind. And it had the list of questions that you should typically ask when you're trying to discover what people actually care about, right? What keeps them up at night? If you had a magic wand, what would you change about the work that you do every day? What takes the most time that you wish you didn't have to spend on, right? All these kinds of like 4 or 5 different questions. Would you pay if we were to build a product like this for you, right? And so we had this list of 7, 8 questions, and I just basically had a clipboard. Makes me look innocuous, right? I'm like almost like a student, just walking around people, and trust me, coming from an engineering background, talking to 100 people at a conference in a day, it's not my skill set, but I kind of pushed myself. So I said, okay, let me do that. I have to do it. And it was super fun, by the way. I challenge all of you to do that one day. Like if you ever go to a conference and talk to everybody, by the end of the conference, I walk down the hallway, everybody's high-fiving me, like, hey, Mom, oh, how is it going? Like, they all became friends of mine all of a sudden, right? I was the most popular guy at the conference, and I'd never done that before, right? So, but the good news is, okay, so we spoke to all these guys, and a pattern emerged. The engineers, they all wanted to build it themselves, but then when we spoke to the product managers, all of them were basically saying the same thing, which is I basically have to go and ask my engineer to build the A/B testing platform for me. Then if I want to run an A/B test, then I have to bug them again to launch the test, to tweak it, to do like a 10% like rollout, and then we have to measure the results of the A/B test, calculate statistical significance. All of that requires, again, to bug the engineer, and the engineers want to build the product. They don't want to be running A/B tests all day long, right? So then they really experience this pain of being essentially almost like hands are tied behind their back, and they are really focused on business metrics, the product managers. So we realized we actually need to build a product for different personas. So that was our first big lesson on product market fit, is you actually need to know your customer, right? Who your customer is. In our case, we thought it's the engineer. It turned out it's the product manager. So we defined this really well. Okay, we said we're going to go and talk to all the product managers for gaming companies. This is a gaming conference. So we said, let's just start with gaming. Seattle was a good place to start with gaming because there's a lot of gaming studios out there. And that was the beginning of Lean Plum, right? We actually found our first customer at the conference randomly by me talking to one product manager at a line at the lunch line, actually. And he agreed for us to go in and build the SDK into their product and test it. He didn't want to do it himself. He said, if you guys come to my office and do it yourself into our code base, then we'll agree to install your product. So, okay, so sure, whatever it takes, we'll do it. And that's how we ended up with a customer, right? Now, one challenge. Turned out, we also, when we spoke to all these people at the conference, everybody kept saying, oh, you guys are like Swerve. Like what? Well, Swerve. Okay, so it took me literally several days to type Swerve the right way, because it's not a very typical word that you come up with. But it turned out we have a competitor. So, and it's not just any competitor. We were 2 guys, no funding. These other guys were out of Ireland. They were 20 people. They had like $2-3 million of funding, including from the EU, and they were way ahead of us. I had no idea. So I go back to the managing director of Techstars program, and I said, look, I'm pretty sure we failed you because we told you we are going to be the first product A/B testing for mobile apps, for mobile games. And turns out there's already a competitor, and they're huge. They're way bigger than us. And he looks at me, and he starts laughing. He's like, you know what? Until now, I was actually worried about you because I thought there's no market for this. Now that you have a competitor, I realized you actually have a market. So when you're discovering product market fit, it's not just about the customer and you. It's also the competitors that also solving the same problem as a validation, in a way. Great. So now we've got product A/B testing. But we kept hearing the same challenge everywhere when we're trying to go and fundraise. Everybody's like, well, it's a good idea, but it sounds very small. Like, I can't imagine building $1 billion company out of an idea around product A/B testing for mobile games, right? It's a very, very small addressable market. And then that's fair. So when we pitched our Series A investor, that was actually our first investor that gave us significant chunk of money. They came to us and basically literally said, okay, why don't you just change the title of your slide from product A/B testing to mobile engagement? Just keep the rest of the presentation the same. So this seems pretty innocuous thing to do. Like you just change the title, and then all of a sudden you're in this hot new space called mobile engagement. So mobile engagement, essentially, the idea is it's a A/B testing is a means to an end. The end goal is usually to increase engagement, increase retention, drive onboarding, activation, essentially all the business metrics. How else can you do that? Well, you can send out messaging. You can do push notifications, emails, and so on, in-app messaging. You can A/B test those also. So they said, like, just expand the idea a little bit. Now we're in the mobile engagement space. Well, it turns out it's not that easy because you also have to build the product to send messages. Our product doesn't send messages. So that sounds like a challenge. And we had 10 people and maybe, I don't know, say maybe about $500,000 in revenue at that time. But relatively easy to switch. So we basically kind of almost declared like a code red in the company and coded up the missing parts of the product, started to pitch the new product and found product market fit there. And then we started growing. We were growing tremendously fast. We were, reached $1 million, $3 million, $9 million in revenue, and so on. And we kept going. But this market on its own also wasn't big enough because it's still very constrained to mobile. Even though we went beyond gaming, it was very much working with mobile apps. And the other challenge we ran into is it just felt like the market itself, again, is not big enough for us to be able to build a large, big business out of it. So a few years later, we had a second, call it mini pivot, where we realized, we looked at our competitor set and we saw, look, everybody, our best competitors are really going into a space which is the email marketing space. And email marketing is where all the money is. Like if you look at historically in MarTech, in SaaS in general, so software engineering as a service, MarTech is where the biggest lion's share of money is spent. And in email marketing itself is literally $8 to $10 billion of spend every year. Huge. Clearly, nobody can say that we're not in a big enough space because there's been companies that have actually done this already in the past many times, and there's a big enough space. So they said, okay, great, we've already done this once. It's not going to be that hard. We might as well just try and essentially pivot our way into this email marketing kind of / customer engagement space. So really redirecting ourselves. This is a little bit of a different challenge because if you think of like running a jet ski in the water and you want to take a rapid turn, it's very easy. You just go right and then you go in a different direction. This is what it felt like when we did this first with mobile engagement. $500,000 of revenue, 10 people, literally get ourselves in one room, figure it out, off and go. Well, when we pivoted into email marketing, we literally had 150 people, large customer base. We already serve a bunch of customers who are not from this space. So you can't necessarily just turn around and start attacking a new market because you still have to serve your old customers. And how do you rally 150 people relative to 10 people? It's way different. Like even the kinds of roles you have are different or needed and so on. So this is where we felt like we overextended. In retrospect, we made a turn to be able to go and serve this new market, but then the product necessarily wasn't ready. And so we ran into some product market fit issue, right? We basically acquired all these new customers. They weren't the best fit for us. They weren't happy with the product that we had. We were trying frantically to build a product, but then you also need to serve the existing customers. How do you make sure you don't forget about them? This is where we ran into our growing pains at LeanPlum. And with that, I'm going to invite in a moment Ivo. But what we did is we went back to our mentors and to the books that we actually started with. This is the 4 Steps to the Epiphany book. And we said, what do we actually need to do this, to execute this well, this transition? So Vasil Terziev is actually one of our close mentors and one of my favorite entrepreneurs out there. And he said, look, Momcho, he literally drew this on a napkin for me. He's like, the way you do this is first you need to build a core business. This is your ideal customer profile, but you have to know exactly who you're serving and what's the value proposition. And then you carve out an adjacent space one at a time. But don't go all in just on the new space because you're going to forget about your base. You need to secure the base. It's almost like a fort, a stronghold. And then you go to the adjacent space and carve out a little piece. A little different approach from what we tried. So we said, OK, that's a good lesson. And then the second thing we did is we said, OK, let's go in and actually interview these customers, our own customers, and understand exactly what are the types of customers that we have, because we've expanded over the years way beyond gaming. We were literally serving everything to everybody. That's not a really good product strategy. We need to really refocus ourselves and understand who our ideal customer profile is, and then from there on expand and basically go from there. So with that, I'm going to invite Ivo to tell you the story of how we did that at scale.
Am I audible? Yeah. Hey everyone, I'm Ivo. I'm leading the product management team at Limplom and Clevertap. Just like Momchu, I used to be an engineer at the start, more specifically .NET engineer. But at some point I figured attending meetings is easier than writing code, so I switched to product management. Now, the real reason why I switched to product management is actually the presentation that we're giving right now, the roller coaster of discovering, rediscovering, understanding our customers, and that's something that I got in Limplom at that point. I joined as a product manager, and I realized quickly that our company has a focus problem, which Momchu has already realized. So we teamed up with him. We said, OK, how do we refocus the whole thing? How don't we serve everybody, but we serve exactly the ideal customer profile? And what is the ideal customer profile? How do we even segment our customers in different segments so that we know who are we serving, who are we not serving? And back to the books, we are begin reading and doing best practices research. There's this guy, Clayton Christensen. That person was a Harvard professor. And the ideas that he expressed in this book, The Innovator Solution, were named by Forbes as one of the most influential business ideas of the 21st century. So I was interested. Let's see what he has to say. And what he's saying is that frequently when we segment our customers and try to focus our business, we are not looking at what the customers are actually doing with our product, what the customers are hiring our product to do for them. We're looking at available data. So what do we have available? We have sizes of the companies. We have industry that they're coming from, revenue, number of employees, all those things that are easily collected from different data sources. So typically, people are segmenting based on that. Big companies, this focus. Small companies, this industry. However, Clayton Christensen is saying, the real way to look at our customers and understand them is by what they need from the product. Why are they hiring it? How did he figure that out? I'll tell you a story. He was a consultant, and he was hired by one of the big chains for fast food to increase their sales of milkshakes. And how to increase sales of milkshakes? What type of a milkshake do you need to produce in order to increase sales? Bigger, smaller, more sugar, less fat, more fat? What are the tastes? All those things, they couldn't figure it out without him. So he sat in front of the chain, and he started observing the customers. What are the circumstances in which they found themselves when they were consuming this milkshake? And he found a very strange thing. Early in the morning, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, a lot of parents because they were stopping with their big vans in front of the chain, without their kids, enter the chain, take a milkshake, nothing else, exit, go back into the car, drive away. And this is like a huge, huge trend. Every morning that happens in the working days. So he started interviewing those guys. Why are you here? Why are you buying this milkshake? And what he discovered is fascinating because what they were doing is they just dropped the kids at school. They didn't have time to have breakfast because they woke up early to drop the kids at school. So now they're hungry. They cannot go without a breakfast up until lunch. But they're driving also. So while driving, it's tough to eat a sandwich or a donut or something else. So they are actually taking this one thing, which is both breakfast for them, and it's also some kind of an entertainment because it's a long drive to work, so they need something to do while they're driving. Imagine that scenario and how different that is from the typical kind of consumption scenario of a milkshake. And if you think about competitors of this milkshake, the competition of the milkshake is not a milkshake in the other fast food chain. The competitor is a sandwich from the corner store. So because they would otherwise have breakfast, right? So this is what they would replace this product with. And based on this deep understanding, he was able to drive actually the sales of the milkshake up because they knew what they are optimizing for and what are their customers. That's actually a job to be done, so-called, from their customers' perspective. But what are the jobs in such a complex B2B platform that we're talking about? The job of this platform, so any product in the B2B world can either optimize your operations in some way or increase your revenue. right? Like, for example, we are all using Jira, more or less, and Jira is supposed to optimize our operations. It's not going to increase our revenue directly. It's going to streamline something that we're doing. Our product, on the other side, is supposed to increase revenue. How is it increasing the revenue? Because this product helps you drive retention and monetization in the customer. So it doesn't help you get more customers, but those that come, it helps you monetize them and also retain them over time. However, how do you retain customers in different scenarios? How many of you are using a health and fitness app? Dieting, exercising, anybody? How many of you dropped the usage of such app in the past? Yeah. This is the apps that are suffering the most, I think. So they're subscription businesses. So you wake up on the 2nd of January, and you say, now I want to diet, I want to exercise, and I'm going to pay a year subscription for this app, and now the whole year, I'm committed, I'll do the exercise, I'll do the diet. And what happens on the 3rd week? Most people drop. Now, we're December, the same year, the renewal comes, and you're supposed to pay the next year of this app. You don't even remember that this app existed in your phone. How would you resubscribe? You won't resubscribe. Most of the people won't resubscribe. The drop rate is tremendous. So you need to do a lot of things with products like ours in order to keep those customers. Those things, however, are very different from things that you would do if you're Amazon and somebody purchased something from you, and 2 weeks from now you want them to come back and purchase something completely different. Or you're Adidas and you want to sell me sneakers after you have sold me a T-shirt. Right? So very different scenarios, very different context of using the same product. You still need to get the customers back, you need to retain them, you need to monetize them in a very different way. So we figured the jobs in this case are driven by the business model. If you are monetizing through subscriptions, you do some things. If you monetize through transactions, if you are Revolut and you monetize through transactions, you do completely different things. So how did we figure that out? We ran a Lighthouse customer program. We spoke with all the customers individually so that the key customers in different areas, we deeply understood their business to the extent that in the summer when we were vacationing, instead of reading a book, we were all playing mobile games because mobile games is one of the segments. We needed to figure out what mobile games are doing in order to increase their mobile purchases. That was the homework for the entire product management organization. We did data-driven analysis, so fun story. We have discovered that some segments, they are buying from us 2 times more than others. The win rate is 2 times higher, which means win rate is like how many of the customers that are coming are buying from us versus competitors choosing a competitor. And we said, okay, if we sell to these segments that are 2 times higher, we'll probably sell 2 times more, rather than selling to those segments that are 2 times lower. Fast forward 1 year, we look back at the data after concentrating on those segments, exactly 2 times higher revenue from those segments, exactly 2 times higher win rates, exactly as predicted by the data. So data-driven decision-making actually works. If you look at the data, you're more likely to make the right decision. And last but not least, a story that's useful for all of you that are in a product company. After working for a while in a product, you're not always an entrepreneur that builds the first kind of few things in a product. Sometimes you're working on a product that already has a lot of functionality. And for 1 year or 6 months or 3 months, you're not going to change a whole lot about this product. You're going to improve it, but you're not going to like 2x its value. So it's very important that you choose a segment which fits your current product as is as well. Therefore, we discovered that in the beginning, when we launched the product, it was very fit for gaming. Guess what? It's still very fit for gaming. That was one of the segments that we concentrated on. We did roadmap, we did improvements, but the initial state of the product was important. And for those of you that are looking to drive such a change in an organization that's more than 100 people, it's not always easy. It's not just click a button and then you make a turn. To make a turn, you have to convince everybody. You need executive backing. I have teamed up with Momchu, but we needed backing from all the other executives in the company. So we sat together with them once in a while. We presented our strategy. We said where we need the product to go. And in the end of the meeting, guess what? They gave us thumbs up. How come they gave us thumbs up in the meeting? We had a new hire once in this leadership group, CFO, and he said, guys, this is amazing. You presented for 2 hours, and then all the different people in the room gave you thumbs up. How come? I've seen that only once in my past experience, and it was a Japanese company where 1,000 meetings happened before. So this is the formality of actually making the decision. It's not the debate of the decision. And we said, yeah, that's exactly what we are doing. That's the secret sauce of actually reaching a decision when you have like 15 functional heads from different sides of the company in the same room. You just have talked with all of them numerous times before that. And last but not least, we have focused people, not just processes and products. So we had dedicated people for the different segments of the market. Product managers for the different segments. We had salespeople for the different segments. So everybody knew very well what they're supposed to understand. It's not like, here's the product, sell it. Or here's the product, build a new feature. You know the segmentation as well. So all that, after happening, it actually put us in a much better spot. We rekindled the growth of Limplo. We focused it. We made it leader in certain segments of the market based on this rigorous focus that we have executed for a couple of years, which made us very interesting for acquisition. So a company founded in India ended up acquiring Limplo in 2022. But I will not tell that story. Why not we give the stage to Anand Jain, the co-founder of CleverTap.
Thank you, Ivo. Thank you, Ivo. I'll tell the story. I mean, you heard it from Amchil and Ivo, how to how to build, how to start thinking of the idea, how to find product market fit. We did, we did not go down the same path. We did it in a different way. So this is a story of 3 people in Mumbai who were running engineering, in a large B2C company. Think of it as a media company. We had television channels and we had digital properties, websites, apps, and we were the engineers. So when they wanted to kind of figure out how many people are there on the app, they'd come to us. Hey, can you quickly go look in the database? And we want to send out a breaking news to the users of the news app. We'd have to go in and write some custom script. And then figure out how many people came back, clicked on the notification, and then watched the story, breaking news. It was all a pain in the ass, and we did this for a while. And I think we realized that that this has to be solved in a more elegant way. So like engineers do, we started brainstorming the idea, what needs to be done, and I think we wanted all of the data. Of the app, etc., to be in one place. So I think during the research around this thing, we also we started forming an hypothesis that the phone is going to solve or going to be is going to lend itself to more and more use cases, right? Whether you want to watch a movie, book a cab, dating, food delivery, etc. It's all going to happen on the phone, right? Fintech, it's all going to happen on the phone. And please go back 10 years in time. That's when we had this epiphany. Number 2, the amount of data the phones are going to generate, on the user is going to be tremendous. And 3, our attention span is going to be divided. We are jumping from apps to apps. We are jumping, from apps to the real world. And most of the apps will have very little time to kind of, get your attention and to kind of give you what you came looking for. And all of this data across multiple, like push notification, email, whether it's in-app, SMS, etc., all has to be in one place, right? So you can kind of learn about the user behavior. You can figure out what the user came looking for, and maybe kind of serve them what's best for them. So it has to be in one place. The world's we needed some sort of a database that is 100% in memory, because it has to be real time. You can't say that, okay, well, there is a user who showed up on the app, and we're going to take some time to process the information. It has to kind of be kind of unlimited, store a lot of data, and process and react to everything literally in a few milliseconds. So we started looking for that mythical database, and we really couldn't find anything. I mean, everything that we looked at, of course, there was a lot of databases in the world, from MongoDB to MySQL to Oracle to whatever, but including products like Aerospike, but they were very cost prohibitive. So you have to do all of this for, and since we are from Mumbai, you have to do it for 1 billion people and in real time in a very cost-efficient way. And I think that realization we were thinking about this a lot, and we couldn't just come to terms with it that the world has not had any database that can do all of this in very cost-effective way. So for us, the best thing was to kind of leave our jobs and start out CleverTap and build this database. So our starting point was a very high conviction of the hypotheses that we had, and that the world, of course, the world doesn't need a database, one more database. We will build the product that solves marketing automation for like hundreds of millions of users, right? And for some of the most popular apps in the world. But to do that, we need to build this database. And I think that was a conviction. We did not do user interviews. We did not have a book that was our guiding light. We were just 3 engineers. And I think that was a path that we took sorry. Yeah, the 2 people on the couch are my co-founders. And the couch is from Sunil's mother-in-law's place. So, we were that poor. And that's where we started. We quit our jobs. We found an apartment, and we started writing code to build this database. And I think the conviction was so strong. And of course, this was not just any other database. Like I mentioned, it has to be in memory. It has to be real time. Has to deal with vast amounts of data, both for analytics, insights, segmentation, engagement. That we had to invent something from the grounds up. The beautiful thing about conviction is you can go go convince the world that this is what the world needs at this point of time. So for us, when we started building the product, we were able to get Axel Partners, which is one of the largest or the best VC firms in the world, the investors of Facebook and Dropbox, to come and invest in us. So that was our early. That was that gave us a boost, and we got the founding team. And the people that you see in the bottom, is the founding team of CleverTap. Well, most of them, except for the guy in the black T-shirt, is still with us. And that, I think, led to building us. So we were in, I would say, literally in stealth, for about 30 months of our startup journey, perfecting this database. Right after we built the database is when we started, building the product around that. I'll talk a minute, less than a minute. I'll talk 30 seconds about the database. So we branded this as Tesseract DB. It's purpose-built for large volumes, but also for engagement that's built into the core technology. It's one of the biggest technical moats that we have. There is no one like us in the market who can ingest terabytes worth of data and make it available for processing in real time. And we work today with some of the largest customers in the world. And I think with Leanplum's acquisition last year, I think we are even more stronger. We look forward to many more years of solid partnership and growing, and hopefully kind of taking the Bulgaria tech scene to shine even more. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for questions, but the guys are here, so you can ask them something in the backstage. And thank you very much for the great presentation.
Thank you.
Don't you? Ah, tá aqui.
We've tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. That's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together. Commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
Okay, we are ready to go with more exciting lectures. Our next speaker has more than 30 years of experience in the industry, and he's very active and engaged in the IT communities and the professional networks. Don Angelov is Director of Enterprise Solutions at Musalasoft, and today he's going to share with us some interesting experiment he did with ChatGPT-4, whether we can create applications with the technology that we don't know. So Doncho, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. It's always a challenge and a pleasure to present in front of so many familiar faces. So thank you for giving me this time of today's presentation. I have a very old meme here, or a story I want to start with. Just watch throughout it kind of in silence. It's only 3 slides. Okay, now I'm going to make my point. My first interaction with whatever AI related was, I think, in 1993. A colleague of mine, I was first year student in a technical university, and a colleague of mine was experimenting with AI, and he was teaching a C++ program to, I think, to recognize a vase from a picture, 640 by 480 at that time. It took him approximately 2 weeks to that thing to start recognizing this given vase, and that was 1990-something, 1993, I think. Then the first real touch of AI-ish functionality was when back at Milestone, I think it was 2012-13, where we had the LPR software, license plate recognition. And at that time, throughout the shows, the nice promoters are coming out with the license plates, and automatically the software detects the license plate and prints it out on the stage on a big monitor. Way more exciting stuff was actually the promoters, but also the functionality behind it was really, really useful for the business. Fast forward 2014, 2017. Again, the same company, a small device this size, like a set-top box under your TV, with I think 14 or 18 NVIDIA processors, was able to automatically detect age, height, gender, and if that is a small patient or not. That was in a child hospital in Barcelona, the whole thing. And that was starting to be a little bit scary, because this thing started to take the job of the very tired technician who would usually sit and look at a set of monitors, set of cameras, if a kid would trespass throughout a given border. Because in a hospital, kids, they're not always tied up to a given perimeter, but still security has to take care for that. So far, I was excited. Very nice, very fast and efficient use of AI, but I was not scared yet. The scare came in 2022, when I was part of another company, and me and my manager, we had to write my evaluation. Of course, he gave me the feedback in the bulletish points, but HR insisted that this description field must be filled out there, so he copy-pasted that in ChatGPT and told ChatGPT, please generate me a general description for that. He did pretty well. We used that, and it worked. Well, both myself and he doesn't work in this company anymore, not because of this, but that was the point where I started realizing that something big is happening. And then I started experimenting. My talk today is about that, this kind of experiment, because I'm sure in this audience there are people who know about that at my level back then. They've seen AI, they've seen some pretty interesting, sometimes funny memes or whatever that's called in English. And they say, okay, it's fun. There are some who experimented already, and they are a little bit, okay, this is interesting, let's see what's going to happen. And there are some who already use it. And this talk is actually about the first two kinds, because I think if you're not using it anymore, you're kind of behind. I realized that a year ago, because I saw that if I don't start getting benefits from this thing, it will make me obsolete. Me, as a manager, as a developer, as a director, whatever role you have, if you're sitting back, it's like you're going to end up in a situation, imagine 20,000, 23 years ago, and you still have no idea what internet is. So, this talk, what is it about? I wanted, and I want to show you that experiment where I picked up technologies which I'm not that familiar with. My technical background is primarily C++ and primarily 15, 20 years ago. Dart I know because I like experimenting with it, but I never built anything kind of production ready in Dart. So I gave myself that task. I want to have a backend. I want to have a front end, Flutter, of course, because again, Dart, but platform-wise. DB, which is SQLite, and then all that thing containerized and running. Backend, I wanted to have a container. And don't read this prompt, by the way. At the end of the presentation, I'm going to give you my GitHub repository with all the code and all my prompts in a file. So don't read much. I know that you go and start reading. But this prompt is, dear ChatGPT, help me build my backend container. It did, provided tons of stuff out there, which I directly copy-pasted. And I was that close to start running it. It gave me tons of info. As I said, database suggestions already. It didn't know that I'm going to use SQLite, but it suggested it. Gave me the files and everything, and I said, okay, let's see what goes on. But I didn't know how to put SQLite, so I asked it again how to include that SQLite in my container, and it helped. It said, okay, you have to modify this and this and that. Then I tried to build my container. And it failed, of course, because the backend was still not there. It was just an empty backend container. Again, the next prompt, it gave me what I needed so that I have my container. And then it came the first hiccup, in the sense that so far ChatGPT was one-to-one, like a senior developer of mine. Imagine me in a role of a PO or PM asking a senior developer to do this and this and this and that, and it answering and giving code. But then it came the first hiccup. The reason why? ChatGPT is too old, 2022, and the information in the container was not the information in the Docker file was not good enough, so I had to fix build errors. It failed helping me that. It provided an answer which didn't work. So that was the moment when I said, okay, maybe it's not that scary yet. Bing, the successor, well, not successor, but a parallel thing, again, built on the basis of OpenAI's technology, also gloriously failed. It provided me a set of information. However, that information was not enough, so I had to put the senior developer hat. This is the only place in this presentation where I was almost convinced that if I don't do this myself, I won't be able to present today to you, because there is nothing to present. But using the links from ChatGPT already, and using some of the suggestions from the other search, nothing more, no Googling yet, I was able to find out the reason why it doesn't work and fix it. But that's, again, that's the only part where I should have had some engineering experience. and not engineering experience in that particular field, just engineering experience being able to read and understand technical problem. The problem is obvious, of course. It's, again, an old container, old information in ChatGPT, which produced, I would say, hallucination, because this would never, ever work, even if the versions were right. And then I got my backend. I get my backend on my developer machine, but when I put it in the container, that was the result. Nothing out there. And again, I know what Docker is. I've been to many Docker trainings, but it was strange for me. And then, again, reached out to ChatGPT. That was my prompt. OK, it doesn't work. Please help me. That was the answer. Now, I'm not a security guy. I have no idea if that's really, really good. But for my proof of concept, that was pretty much enough. And then, with that change, my backend worked as a container. So far, I was able to pronounce the backend ready. And then I realized it's only 25 minutes presentation. So I had to ditch my SQLite plans and directly ask ChatGPT to give me a stub for my users, because I want to show you something at the end, at least as a presentation. It did so, and after I applied the code, it returned to me. My backend was ready. By the way, if you're in QA or even in dev, and if you're not using ChatGPT yet to produce at least test data for you, you're wasting time. You have to consider that. Start researching and start being more effective with that. Then it came the front end. A straightforward prompt. Please give me my front end. It has to be this and this and that. And voila, front end was there. Build front end, and then came this dreadful coarse middle nightmare where prompt, error, sorry, not prompt, which again, I was struggling, what's going on, why it doesn't work. Asked ChatGPT, told me do that. But that was again outdated. However, this time, when I explained my problem, there was absolutely no need to put any technical hat, because it said, OK, you can't use that library, use something else. And so I did. And after I applied that fix, it again worked. That's how many prompts it took to do this project. 12 prompts. You can see them in the handouts in this presentation. 12 prompts from 0 to something as a proof of concept by using primarily the technology. And the technology is still young. We'll see, and we will be amazed a year or so from now. And again, I already mentioned that. If you're on this presentation, you clearly are interested in this area. You probably already do, like we do in Mozilla today, like many other companies utilize AI. But if you're not, as a person using that technology, you're starting to obsolete yourself. Don't do that. Don't do that, because AI will not take your job. You will give up your job to AI. If you don't step up and start using even the free version and start learning prompts, by the way, prompt engineering is one of the toughest things someone who struggles with AI to learn, because what's the usual learning cycle? You write something, it tells you something, you say, OK, that's bullshit. That doesn't work. Of course it doesn't work, because you do not provide the right prompt. You have to treat that prompt engineering with respect, but it comes with experience. So if you're not using it already, start using it. Otherwise, it's this thing all over again. Now, I'm not talking about AI enslaving us. It's our choice to decide at which side we have to sit. Shall we sit on the side of reactive people waiting to be called by the HR because AI can do this better than you can, or to sit at the side where we can actually provide and be way more productive, because this is just an example today. The actual true productivity you're going to see when you start using the product, when you start using the product in your daily job, when you truly find out and resolve business problems. And you can. You can if you do it right. And I think that was it as a content. I had to rush through a little bit. I have also prepared even a demo, but we don't have time because I want to have a couple of minutes for questions. So we have like maybe 2 minutes. That will be a couple of questions if someone dares to ask. Jancho? I think you can ask it. I'm going to repeat the question. So.
My question is, how does it feel to see something running and not understanding really why and how it works? So how does it feel to get something that works, but you don't really understand why and how it works? And what was actually the purpose of the POC? To see if you can do this through ChatGPT or to achieve something. And second question, what about next stage?
Okay.
Using it in a way that like half of the things will happen without you or the team understanding why it works.
Okay, cool. So the first question, how does it feel? It feels strange because you see the thing working. I just want to make one bracket here. It's not that I don't understand why it works and how it works. Some of the things, like this course thing, for example, I don't know why it gave that error. But I'm a developer. What I was doing is I took a technology which I do not know that well, and I did something with it. But when I see the code, I can read the code and I can understand why the code works. So. But that question I like a lot because it actually tells me to also say something to this audience, because if you're not going to use that technology to help you in your business, at least use it to teach you new business. Because this thing taught me Dart, taught me Flutter. When I ask ChatGPT any kind of question which relates to my current learning, it can help me. It can help me with examples. It's great explainer. It can give you explanation. It can give you links to refer later. So it's a great learning tool, not just to learn AI, but to learn anything practically. So that was the first question. And the second, what would be the next for me? I have, everyone has personal projects. I have one for 1 year. I'm almost ready with the first form of the mobile application, so it's going really well. And I still plan to at least run ChatGPT with the stuff which I want to develop myself personally, but also I'm using that more and more for work. So sky's the limit. I have no idea what's going to be 1 year from now. I just know that probably I'm still a step behind. So it's kind of a constant urge.
Do we have any other questions?
I have one question about the future of this technology. You said that it is important to keep up with it and stuff like prompt engineering, but what do you think about the possibility of this technology and, for example, ChatGPT developing a more complex model which will be able to understand a simpler speech, for example, and you won't need stuff like prompt engineering, and you will need less technical knowledge to accomplish this, which you want?
Okay.
For example, a year or two in the future?
I'm not worried yet for that part because the saying says that until the customer knows how to directly explain to the computer what they need, we are safe, because someone has to translate that into reality. ChatGPT already understands speech, so prompt engineering itself is not a big issue. You still need to learn how to talk to it, because it's a robot. It's actually not even a robot, it's a transformer. It's a standard machine. It feels like an AI, but it's not yet there. It's not a general AI. Then we're screwed.
Yes, I understand this, but I'm talking about the future because I have the feeling if you have a neural network which has some higher level of complexity, it will be able to do more and more of the stuff which humans do.
It will be. It will be able to do more and more, and that's why I'm saying that if you don't hop on the train, you're gonna miss the train. So, and I can't make a prediction, really. It's developing so fast and so everywhere that, I don't know. You got me. That's a question I can't answer. I don't think that we have any more time. Thank you very much again for your time, and if you have any questions, we can talk later.
We're 356 Labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
We've tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. There's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together. Commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
Okay, we are ready to go with the next sessions. And this year, for first time in the conference, we are introducing a new type of sessions with short lightning talks. And for today, we've gathered 5 amazing speakers that will present in 4 different sessions, such as Do You Need to Quit Your Job by Antonia Atanasova, The Imposter Syndrome as a Superpower by Victoria Viktorova, Radoslav Stefanov and Pavel Genevsky will talk about multispectral drone imaging for agriculture, and Yanshu Dimitrov will talk about business. Tony, the stage is yours, and you're first.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Have you ever asked yourself this question? Please raise a hand. Should I quit my company? Should I quit my job? Okay, it's a common question, yes. This question is very, very important because we know we are people, we are changing, our priorities are changing, and unfortunately, something that makes us happy today can make us sad tomorrow. So this question is important because we need to order our priorities and we need to be happy at work. And this question can have different forms depending on the work situation we are experiencing. For example, you can be thinking, I realize that my salary is not enough, but I love the team. Another situation might be, I know I do a lot of overtime, but I truly believe in the company values. Or, I am not happy here, but all the companies are like that. In the end, it's just a job. Very popular phrase in Bulgaria, it's just a job, you're not supposed to be happy. But I have good news because there is a solution and there is a framework for that. And yes, you don't need to compare the relationships you have within the team with your salary. Those are not comparable. I have very big list. It consists 17 items, and for sure you can do this exercise now for 5 minutes, but you need to do it if you're struggling with this question. Take your time, think about all the things carefully, write down some comments, and try to answer this question without comparing one thing with another, because it's much more than that. Let's take a look at the first items in the list. The first one is the industry or the domain that we are working on. We all know that the more interesting for us it is the industry, the better professionals we are going to be. Yes, and we need to be aware if we are satisfied with the industry that we are currently working in. The next thing is the technologies. We may have heard that some people are working with the sexiest cutting-edge technologies while other people are working with legacy, and they don't care about that. So, are you working with legacy? Are you working with cutting-edge? And are you, the most important, are you happy with that? The next thing is the workflow efficiency. Do you feel efficient during your work day? Do you feel that you are doing whatever company pays you for, or you find yourself being in boring meetings, having useless communication, and losing tons of time for things that you don't care about? And a lot more things, as I said, so as the task complexity. Do you feel that your tasks are challenging enough, that you are learning from them? Are you happy with your direct manager and with your team? Is it healthy relationship? Do you have the possibility to offer ideas and make suggestions? Does the company care about the education? Does it provide you courses, resources, and so on? Do you have clear vision about the professional growth and the career growth that you are having in this company? And are you happy with the quality of interaction with other teams? Do you feel that the work that you are doing is important and valuable? And do you feel independent? Are you happy with the salary? And with the workplace equipment, and what about the social package quality and the company reputation and stability? All those things matters, and they matters differently for each of us because we are all different. So, what is the exercise that you need to do? You need to order all of those 17 items from the most important to the least important. After that, you need to rate everything from 1 to 5, as 1 not satisfied and 5 fully satisfied. And of course, you're doing this exercise for you, so you can write down some comments and think about the topics carefully. How it should look in the end? Oh. Sorry, my presentation is a bit broken. So how it should look in the end? For example, let's imagine that this is my list with my top 8 priorities in my current company. As you can see, the first one is the team. I love the team, it's very healthy team, amazing relationship, so I'm putting 5 stars here. I'm also satisfied with the professional growth. The salary, I'm putting 4 stars because it's a decent salary, but we always can have more. And I'm putting 1 star for workflow efficiency and independence in work because I feel micromanaged and I feel that it feels that I work as a secretary, not as a developer. So pointing out the problems in this way can make us more aware of the big question, do I need to quit? And sometimes the answer is no, because those problems can be addressed and resolved. Thank you. If you want to hear more questions and the more important, more answers like this, feel free to find me on YouTube, Instagram, and of course, LinkedIn. Thank you.
A few years ago, I was working at a deep tech startup. Every 6 months or so, there were these dreaded evaluations. I guess some of you know what I'm talking about. Going into each of those meetings, I felt and I had the full certainty and expectation that this is the time. This will be the time when I am going to be exposed as a fraud, I am going to be found out, made out, and fired. To my surprise, every time my boss started by telling me how happy they are with my work, how good of a job I'm doing, and yet, at this point, I was still expecting the huge but. The but to end it all. This but never came. Yet, of course, I didn't start feeling like I am great at my job. I started thinking that maybe my boss was just like me. He is afraid of confrontation, afraid of conflict, really dislikes giving negative feedback or even constructive criticism. So me, being the person that I just described, I also didn't provide any feedback. I didn't share legitimate complaints, I didn't give constructive criticism, and this is how those meetings went. Going out of each of those meetings, I didn't feel relief, however. I felt even more pressure, because I thought, okay, maybe somehow, for some reason, they are still fooled. They still haven't found me out, they still haven't figured that I don't know exactly what I'm doing, and that I'm not that great at my job. So I should quit while I'm ahead, while they still, for some reason, have some respect for me and my work. Later on, I found out that this model of thinking is called the imposter syndrome. Maybe some of it sounds familiar to you, because according to statistics, between 70 and 84% of us have it to some degree. It includes feeling like a fraud, feeling like you're not good enough, mainly in your job, also feeling like your achievements are due to luck or the lack of adequate competition. It is very severe in IT, sadly. So in case any of you are thinking that you're not good enough because your colleagues or managers don't know how much of Google, ChatGPT, and Stack Overflow you really are using, don't worry. I hope you found out from one of the previous lectures that using ChatGPT is a very normal thing and that people who are forward-thinking should use it. So you're fine. And yes, the imposter syndrome is a debilitating thing and it should be eradicated. But while we still have it, we should take advantage of it. Because I think that the imposter syndrome can be treated as a superpower. And I see it in 2 major directions. The first one I call super connection. Instead of running away from your imposter syndrome, just open up, share it with others. You'd be surprised at their reactions. I guarantee you, they will not mock you, they will not criticize you, and they will certainly not fire you. You will connect to them on a way deeper level. They will relate to you, they will open up in turn, and they will share with you things that you wouldn't expect. Also, those people will start seeing you as humble, as someone very down to earth, and whenever they have the chance and the option, they will choose to work with you and to communicate with you. The other way, this is a superpower, I call super improvement. Because as imposters, we always feel, as so-called imposters, we always feel like we lack skills, knowledge, qualifications, and so on. And we always try to make up for this. We search for more knowledge, for more trainings, courses, and whatnot. And we keep on improving ourselves. And if you ask someone around you, you'd be surprised at their answer. They will probably admire you for the rate at which you are improving yourself constantly. We tend to soak up content like crazy. So, ironically, the super improvement is also the way to eradicate the imposter syndrome in the long run. And one last thing, in case you truly are a fraud, in case you really are an imposter, you've been faking it all this time and now you're here. This is also super impressive. It's also an achievement. You should be proud of yourself. It's a superpower, so kudos to you. Thank you.
We are waiting for our slides. Bye.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Pavel Genevsky. I'm a research expert at SAP Labs, Bulgaria. I have my colleague Radoslav Nikolov, sorry, Radoslav Stefanov with me today. And what connects us is that we both worked on a project related to intelligent agriculture with the use of a multispectral drone. A multispectral drone can be used in precision agriculture, but maybe you're wondering what is precision agriculture in the first place? Is it like we're shooting lasers to some pests? Or I don't know, precision bombing of the weeds, maybe? It's not like that. The short answer is that you use data to improve the operations of agriculture, and it can save a lot of money.
Thank you, Pavka, and welcome everyone. So, for the purposes of our project, we delved into the domain of remote sensing, and those are technologies using satellites, drones, and other smart devices in order to provide spectral data for the agricultural businesses. So, why multispectral in the first place? It turns out that there is a lot of knowledge hidden from our eyes, and we need special aperture in order to retrieve it. And on the sample here, we can see that an overlay derived from data in the IR band of the spectrum can showcase where we have vegetation. And based on that, we can say that the stadium is actually using artificial grass. So having that in mind, we needed to actually turn to some sort of technology to use it. And for the purposes of our project, we picked up a drone. There were mainly two reasons to do so. Firstly, the cost to enter in such technology is becoming more affordable for the general public. And secondly, the ease of use. As for the drone itself, the two major things that differentiate it from other drones is that it has a sun calibration sensor. It doesn't calibrate the sun, it actually monitors the sunlight intensity. And secondly, the camera has 6 sensors rather than the conventional one. So, armed with our new toy, we actually needed something to monitor. And for that, we had to go to a village near Varna, where we spent the entire summer serving a field with a sunflower culture in it. And essentially, we managed to track the entire life cycle of the crop from sowing to harvesting. And we have 41 completed surveys on top of that to showcase 4. And of course, we can't go over without providing you an aerial image of our office. So if somebody tells you you'll be working in an open space, make sure to check where you're going. And here we have provided you with a few samples from the data set, which have been already processed to showcase the value proposition to farmers and basically the takeaway from this talk. On the left-hand side, you can see an RGB composite image, and on the right-hand side, you have a false color map, which is representing data from the spectral part of the data set. And we have 2 more prompting features here. This little patch showcases that things that may be okay for our vision actually can be detrimental in terms of the health of the crop. And later, when we talk to farmers, it turns out that there was a minor weed infestation there, which suffocated the underlying crop. And secondly, we might see something that can alarm us, but essentially the health and the development of the crop is not affected by it. And this is actually the main value proposition here. By giving this information to farmers, we can improve their decision-making in their processes, reduce cost for things like fertilizer and pesticides, because this is a major spending point for them. And of course, you have an aerial view of the fields, something that the agronomists generally can't afford. And lastly, we're currently in the talks with a major cloud provider in order to publish the data set free of charge and for the wide public to use. The idea there is to use it for future researches both in academia and business applications. And we believe that this has value because it has been generated for serving things in a real environment, not some lab. And also we have sufficient farmer feedback for the land beneath it in order for it to be of value. Stay tuned with the official sub-channels for further notice because we are currently in talks for publishing. So thank you for joining our talk. And if you have any questions, feel free to find us on the conference floor.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jancho. Thanks for joining the session, the last one before lunch. There will be slides. I have a session in the afternoon, and it's like 40+ images. So for a balance, this one is only with text. So it's a session that's called Do You Speak Business? And the goal is to, its initial goal was to be a 40 to 50-minute session and to actually address the lack of understanding some technical guys like me in the past have about business terms, business concepts, etc. But as it needed to be just a 5-minute talk, first I thought that I will just have some fun with combining some terms like business people talk about IP, technical guys understand IP address, but actually it's intellectual property. Or they talk about SQL, and technical guys, of course, understand what SQL is. But the sales guys are thinking of sales qualified leads. So this was the initial idea, but I decided that actually the more important thing is to try to make you think about the thing that I care. And it's actually the gap between technical guys and business guys that very often it's a big gap and misunderstanding, miscommunication, etc. So let me start first with calling out the guys that consider themselves here in the audience as technical guys. Please raise your hand and keep it for a while. Okay, so if in the past 6 months you had a talk with a business guy, HR guy, marketing guy, whatever, and you felt like they're talking things that you don't really understand, please drop your arm. All right, I have the wrong audience, so you understand everything business. Good. Then maybe it's let's try the other half or the other part. So who are the non-technical guys in the audience? Maybe with you I will have more luck. So again, if in the past 6 months you were in a talk with an IT guy and they were talking stuff that you don't really understand, then close your eyes. Drop your arm. All right. So as you see, only one person actually kept their arm, which means that these things happen. And maybe in the first question, I couldn't explain exactly my point, and this is why I get this result. But still, the fact is that the two types of people, technical and non-technical people, very often get into conversations where the communication gets lost because one part uses terms and concepts that the other part doesn't understand. So actually what the problem is, the usual situation, each side starts using their own specialized terms, and things turn especially bad when acronyms start to get in place. So business guys start talking about NDAs or POs or MOUs or this or that, and then the technical guys don't really understand, but in a bigger group, it doesn't feel good to really ask. The reason for that most of the cases, the people, and this is vice versa also. So technical guys also use a lot of terms that actually the business people don't understand. And the reason for that is most of the time the people that is speaking doesn't really understand. So the person is not aware about the audience and doesn't understand that things that they naturally speak in their daily conversations with colleagues, actually this audience wouldn't understand. Which is a good reason. I mean, it's something that is, how should I say, solvable. Another reason that this happens, the listeners don't speak up. So you hear something that you don't really understand, especially an acronym, but you don't speak up and ask the person actually, what do you mean with that? Because it feels like a little bit awkward to ask too many questions. Still, it's a good reason and it's something that you can solve. One thing that is a really bad thing is the third one, so ego or cover-ups. So people that actually feel like if they use many terms that the other side doesn't understand, it will feel like they really are specialists and they know their stuff and they will feel like, okay, glamour out. I'm lacking the English term. So this is a bad situation actually, and the worst situation is when somebody is ignorant in some area and tries to cover up their ignorance with using a lot of terms that he or she knows that the other side doesn't understand. And the last reason for that is that both sides don't put actually efforts to start understand each other more. So both sides, technical guys don't get too much into understanding the business concepts and the business context, and the same goes for business guys that don't put efforts to know more about IT. Because if you don't get more and more knowledge, you actually can't be better in such situation next time. The good thing that there is common ground. So if things are all right, in any such discussion, there is a common goal to understand each other, to come up with a joint solution or decision based on some information, which means that if it's how should I say, a normal situation, both technical guys and business guys have a common goal. So you should actually rely on that and try to solve the issue. So what can be done? First, if you're on the speaking side, no matter if you're a technical guy or business guy, when you're talking in a situation where you have people that are from other fields of the business that you're in, it's all about empathy. So the first thing, you should be thinking that you're not speaking like now, I'm not speaking just to speak, I'm speaking and I'm trying hard so that you understand me. So the same is for you and everybody that actually is speaking in the active position in this situation. So consider your audience, you should care about you being understood. So this is the first and most important thing. Many people just don't have this on their mind. So if you care about the other person, also this is in your interest that they understand you, you would consider the context. One more thing that I forgot, consider the least knowledgeable person in the audience and try to adapt the way you speak so that he or she understands you. And I can tell you very often, this is the most important person for you. For example, if you're a technical lead or a senior engineer or architect or something, and you are trying to explain to a CEO and your CEO and you are not working in an IT company, he's not IT, and you are trying to convince them to invest in some innovation or R&D or optimization that you want to do. So actually, the guy that least understands technology is the most important to you. So try to adapt and consider that you want to make sure that he or she understands you. Avoid using acronyms forever. If you are not into one and the same type of profile of people, company, just avoid acronyms. I'm trying hard to do two things, to avoid using acronyms and to avoid using English words when I speak. It's really hard to do it. The way that it works for me is whenever I do it, I immediately correct myself. So if I say an English word, I try to immediately say the Bulgarian one. So this teaches you and step by step, you decrease the number of English words that you use. The same is for acronyms. So you use a lot of acronyms in your daily technical life. When you have business people or people that are not technical around you and you're talking, they would not understand many of the terms that you say, and they wouldn't have a clue, especially about the acronyms that you use. So this is something also that you can do. Another thing that you can do if you are talking about a specific complex topic, how should I say, concept or something that is really hard to explain in detail, use analogies. So if you feel that it's hard to explain this to a non-technical person, try to use a metaphor, try to use an analogy, and this would help you with passing the message to your counterpart. And the last thing that I would mention here is ask for feedback. When you have a diverse audience, you proactively consider that there might be people that don't understand you well and they would not speak up for whatever reason, be it for the imposter syndrome that one of the previous speakers was talking about, be it for another reason. So during the conversation, especially if those are people that you meet for the first time, on the 5th, on the 10th minute, just ask for feedback. Is there anything that I can clarify? So what about if you're on the listening side? What can you do to help this not happen that often? Ask for clarification. So whenever you don't understand something, be it you're a technical guy and a business guy is using terms, ask for clarification. Don't care about being looked as somebody that doesn't know. It's bad to ask 2 or 3 times for one and the same thing. So if on the next meeting you ask again about this thing, it's bad. But if you're genuinely interested and you care, ask. What do you mean by this? Or did I understand you right that by this you mean that? Ask again. So you ask once, you ask twice. Don't worry to ask during a meeting a lot. It helps also the person that is talking, using a lot of things that the others are not understanding, to understand that they need to adapt. This is one thing. And second thing, it also helps with a person that is using it on purpose, that this cannot go like this. As I said, egos or cover-ups or something like this. So don't be afraid to ask. And I need to finish. You will feel the imposter syndrome, but it's not you. It's the other person that is talking, not adapted to your level or to your knowledge. So don't worry about the imposter syndrome. Take notes, be diligent. So take notes, at least 3 things, if it's a meeting where you heard so many things that you don't understand. Note at least 3 things that you want to understand, check them up, have a glossary, and actually have a focused effort to start understand the other sides, the business side, the marketing side, whatever. Provide one-on-one feedback. If there is a person that has been talking with a lot of things that you don't understand, after the meeting, go to them and tell them, just for your information, I didn't understand a lot of things. Most probably, the most important person for you who is with my profile also didn't understand you, so that you know. He or she will appreciate this. And as I said, spend some time, some effort to regularly acquire knowledge in non-IT areas if you're from the context of the IT world. And last thing that you can do, just get a mentor. Like in the technical world, we all get mentors for development or for quality assurance, etc. But you can also get a business mentor. So get somebody from marketing or HR or something to be a mentor of yours, to just start learning things from their world bit by bit. And also you can go shadow them for some of the meetings and actually start hearing those terms and understand like the context and the big picture of their world much better through practice. Thank you very much for your attention. Enjoy lunch.
Okay, so it's almost 12 p.m., so it's time for lunch. It will be waiting for you downstairs, but before that, I just wanted to again remind you that we have a special cause this year. It's Teach for Bulgaria, our partners. Their booth is on the right side. So if you have the time in this 1 hour when we have lunch, you can visit their booth. They have very nice things that you can buy and donate for them. Socks, cups, books, and things like that. So don't miss the opportunity to go there. And our partners from Green Delhi have our lunch at the moment for us. So it's downstairs once again. We will be waiting for you at 1 p.m. for our next keynote speaker, Donna. So enjoy the lunchtime. Thank you.
We're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
We've tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. There's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together. Commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
We're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
We've tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. There's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
when two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together: commerce, data, analytics, technology, all in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
We're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
We've tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. There's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Intane. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, Every touchpoint is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together. Commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
We're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. That's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together: commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
we're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
We've tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. There's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Intane. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touchpoint is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together. Commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here.
Hello everyone, I hope that you've enjoyed your lunch and it's time for our next keynote session for today. My name is Ioana Buyanova and I'm a manager at VMware Bulgaria. I'm here to introduce our next keynote speaker. She has her own fashion brand, she has her own restaurants in Seattle. She's an enthusiast of accessibility and AI. This is her 31st conference for this year. And also, she is a director of technology at Microsoft. Welcome on stage, Donna Sarkar.
Hello, ISTA. How are you? Good. By the way, the coffee here is amazing, and I've had way too much of it, so pardon my extreme enthusiasm as we talk about things that will take our jobs. All right, who's ready for this? Everyone. Good. All right. So let's take a poll. How many of you are afraid that AI is going to kill you? Anyone? Anyone? Oh, we got one taker. We got one taker. OK, good. We got one AI is going to kill you. All right. We got two. OK, two. How many of you think AI is going to also take your job, though, before it kills you? OK, there we've got a few more hands. There we've got a few more hands. OK, cool. That's good. That's good. That's good. Blissfully, you are all dev people. And that means that you get to control that, right? The rest of the world, when I give this talk in front of accountants and lawyers, about 50% of hands go up because they just don't have enough information. But you all, because you're incredibly brilliant tech people, you understand that what you're seeing is a hype cycle. Okay? You're seeing a hype cycle. This is the traditional Gartner hype cycle that you're seeing behind me. And we've been through many of these in our time. Okay, we've been through the mobile phone hype cycle, we've been through cloud hype cycle, the metaverse hype cycle. This definitely feels like one. And I am no stranger to hype cycles because I worked on the first version of a thing called the Microsoft HoloLens. Have any of you heard of this thing? Okay, you have. It was a Windows 10 computer that you wear on your head. Okay? Now, when I say it like that, it sounds extremely stupid. But at the time, it made perfect sense. You're going to walk down the street. You're going to see, like, oh, this restaurant has amazing reviews. Here are the arrows leading to here and leading to there. Of course, it's not going to look like that. It's going to look like a cool pair of sunglasses. And I truly believed that this was going to happen. I believed in my heart and soul in 2014, when I started working on this, in 10 years, all of us would be wearing these things on our heads right now and walking around this conference. You notice none of us are doing that, thank God, right? This was a hype cycle that did not come to fruition. Did not. But if you see it, this AI infusion, AI explosion, it has all the hallmarks of a very traditional hype cycle. Big, life-changing, splashy launch last November. You remember the day ChatGPT came out, and suddenly your dad's calling you on the phone saying, do you know about ChatGPT? And you're like, oh no, oh no. Who told you about this? Who told you about this, right? So big, splashy launch, lots of marketing. There's like, you know, it's going to take over all the industries. It's going to take jobs. Look at all the magic tricks it can do. Then we all went home for holiday break, and suddenly everyone's talking about ChatGPT. And I'm thinking, you know, all of the money we spend on marketing and product naming and icons and UX, the biggest product launch of this decade is called ChatGPT, and it's a box. And that's it, right? That's all. All of you know what GPT means, but if you ask a normal person on the street, what is a GPT? They're like, I don't know, it's that thing you type questions into, right? But that is what a hype cycle does. It makes you believe that this is the answer to all of your questions. Now, for the last year and a bit, I have been working in this thing called the Microsoft Copilots. Microsoft's AI products are called Copilots. A lot more detail on Copilots in a minute. But I wake up every day, I get on Elon's Twitter, and I doom scroll AI news. Okay, this is my life now. Does anyone else doom scroll AI news? A few of you? Yeah, okay. So I doom scroll AI news, and the doom scrolling in the US generally looks a little like this. OpenAI, I am rich, Sam Altman did something weird. Right? Every day, it's some shenanigans like this. And then weird things started to happen. Weird things started to happen. There's a CEO of a very large tech company that you all know, and you all use this product. You should go look it up. He said, AI is more important than fire or electricity. And he said this unironically to a very large publication. It's the CEO of a company I'm not allowed to make fun of in public anymore. But you should all go look up who this is, and you should laugh at him. Not because he's not a good CEO, not because he's not brilliant, but this is a very stupid thing to say. Because AI is not more important than fire or electricity. That is a ridiculous concept. But because tech company CEOs are saying this, the thread bros of the world, the AI bros, they've decided that AI is killing industries. All right? They've decided that this is what AI is doing. AI has become like the greatest serial killer of our time, if you ask the thread bros. Ready? AI has killed data science. Apparently, data science is dead, dead, dead. Never mind, AI doesn't exist without data science, but please go on. AI has killed Excel. If you ask any finance person, they'll laugh at you. They're like, if Excel is dead, the economy's dead. Good luck. Thoughts and prayers. AI's killed PowerPoint. Well, AI's killed email. I don't know how you all found your way here without email, but AI has killed farmers. I don't know why AI has killed farmers, but apparently it's killed farmers, which is a little offensive to all of us who, love farmers. And then here's the one that makes me mad as a fashion business owner. AI has killed fashion influencers. Apparently, the way I'm going to get my fashion modeling done is by these headless DALL-E-generated images in fitting rooms. These are going to be my new models because there's no more fashion influencers. The world sucks, right? If AI's killed all these things, what's the point? Like, what really is the point? So because Thread bros are active and tech CEOs are active, things are starting to get a little weird. I don't know if you saw this. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was an Onion article, but it wasn't. The UN, okay, this is not Donna's startup. This is the UN, a real place that exists here in Europe, had a press conference 2 months ago with 9 humanoid robots, 9 or 6. Well, I can't read because I'm dyslexic. I think it's 9. 9 humanoid robots that answered questions about themselves to an audience of real journalists. And if you want to see the cringiest thing you've ever seen in your entire life, you should watch this press conference. And if any of you ever feel that you're a bad public speaker or a bad presenter, you will feel so good about yourself, because AI has not killed public speaking, let's be real. Okay, just watch it. It's so cringe. You will immediately give up all thoughts of, yeah, AI is not taking anyone's jobs, nor is it killing us. It can't even answer this question. And then people start getting odd. They're like, 2025, toasters will spit toast at you of their own free will. I'm like, really? That's the issue? This is my big life problem right now? I don't know. This guy over here on LinkedIn, okay, he went on LinkedIn and said, I'm done with dating. I have made up an AI model. She is my made-up wife. And we're going to have made-up children. I'm like, cool story, bro. Do you really want to talk about this on LinkedIn? But that's okay. That's okay. It's fine. You can make your own life choices. This guy made a little robot child, AI generated, and he danced with it on stage. And again, this is in front of people. Okay? They're doing this in front of people. People who they want to buy their products, use their services. And I'm like, I don't know. Y'all getting weird. So of course the backlash is starting. People are already saying, like, all the AI, like, pundits or air quotes, people who don't actually have jobs, they just talk about stuff. They're already like, oh, AI's dead already. It's dead before it even started. I've stopped using ChatGPT. I'm back to, Bitcoin stuff. Bitcoin is awesome. Those little ape stamps, what are they called? NFTs. NFTs are back. So people are just trying to, work their way through the hype cycle. And that's because we're in this place called the trough of disillusionment. This is where most tech trends go to die. This is where they go to die. This is where the metaverse died. The trough of disillusionment. Couldn't find product market fit, couldn't find people to buy it, couldn't find people to really use it on the regular. When you use something as a party trick once a month, you fall into the trough of disillusionment and you stay there. But there's some beautiful news coming ahead, because we're about to go not the metaverse route, but the cell phone route, okay? So how many of you remember what a car phone is? Remember that big thing attached to your car with a cord? And if you made a call, it costs like 25 euros per second, right? Unless your tire fell off in the middle of nowhere, do not use that phone, right? The rest of you are too young. Be grateful you missed this era. How many of you remember the Nokia flip phone, though? A bunch of people, right? Okay. So do you remember the 3 things? And remember, these are 10 years apart. They were not close. The car phone era was 93, Nokia flip phone 2002. Okay, 2002, there are 3 things you could do on this phone. Ready? You could call your friend without your mom listening in on the call because you're not in the kitchen. That's 1. You could text your friend after 8 p.m. without extra charges. Yes? 3, you could win at Snake. And that's it. But we were so badass at the time. We were so badass. Like, I got my flip phone, I got a cover. I have ringtones. How many of y'all had ringtones? Yeah, yep, we had ringtones. And you know who got very rich from the Nokia flip phone era? Ringtone makers, cover makers. Remember those at the mall? They would sell covers for your Nokia flip phone. You get iridescent ones, you'd switch them up. and you had ringtones for each friend. These were the people who got very wealthy during that early era of mobile phones. Nobody is getting rich from ringtones nowadays. In fact, your phone is on silent. If it rings, you're so offended. You're like, why are you calling me? You know to not call me without texting first. What are you thinking? Is it an emergency? Are you bleeding? Like, now you're offended, right? But friends, we're here for AI. We're in the Nokia flip phone era. We're not at the car phone era. We're not at the iPhone App Store era. But we're squarely in the Nokia flip phone era. And that is a beautiful place to be. Because that means, no, we're not too late. Despite what everyone will have you believe, we're not too late. And we're not too early. We're right there in the right moment. So next, what you're going to see is the plateau of productivity. And all of 2024 will be the plateau of productivity. This is when all of you will start figuring out, how does AI actually fit into my life and business? How can I use it to make my job better? How can I use it to make my customers' life better? And this is where we're going to be in 2024. So the reason this is different than previous hype cycles is because a few key things. First, adoption rate is really, really high. It's not like the metaverse where like some people, 4 people adopted it, abandoned ship, et cetera. Startups, because the cost of actually starting is not really high. There's 8,000 AI startups right now in Silicon Valley. This number is probably out of date since I'm talking to you about it. There's 1,000 a month. And these are not just in the Valley, they're all over. They're here. They're in Eastern Europe, they're in Africa, they're in Latin America. There are clearly measured productivity gains. How long did it take you to do X thing? How long does it take you now with the infusion of AI? You're seeing every tech giant, Microsoft, Google, Apple, Amazon, all of them are fully immersed in AI. Every single company has a chief AI officer now. Every single company. You're seeing corporations, even traditional corporations, even like that company who doesn't know what the cloud is, they're like, we want to do AI, how do you do that? You're like, step 1, get your data in order. Step 2, be in the cloud. They're like, oh, no. So, but corporations are leaning in. They're FOMOing. Every VC firm has become an AI investor at this point, every single one. Global governments are like, oh, no, we got to regulate tomorrow. Usually they would regulate in 25 years after we've been doing this forever, right? And then tech leaders are quitting their jobs to go and lead AI in startups, in their own businesses. I've never seen anything like this in 25 years of being a software developer. Not once. I didn't see this with the shift to the internet. I didn't see this with the shift to the mobile, to cloud, to metaverse. I've never seen anything like this. And partly it's because we are technologically ready for it. We are ready for it. Before, it was like some laggards, some people in the future. We were tech people way ahead, everyone else way over there. But things are going to move really fast, and that's good. Because the era of us trying to convince companies to do this, it's not happening. They're raising their hand saying, we need to hire, and we need to hire yesterday. The #1 question I get right now is from big companies, very big companies, saying, we need to hire a chief AI officer. Get us one. I'm like, what, do I make them in a factory? Like, where do you want me to get you one? They were like, where should I go? I said, you need to grow them, friend. You need to grow someone who knows your business, who knows technology, who knows data, and combine them. You need to grow the skill in-house. They're like, well, that's work. I'm like, right. It's going to be work. It's going to be a lot of work. So one of the things that has been very interesting is all of the studies about productivity. BCG, Boston Consulting Group, just did this study last month that showed consultants doing the same kind of work, okay? Exact same kind of work, making PowerPoints about X thing, whatever it is, financial analysis, data modeling. One set did it with AI, the other set did it without AI. Same skill set, same sort of career level. The ones who used AI to do it did 43% better. The ones who didn't do 43% better. But what was very interesting was this really applied to those who are newer in career or people less good at their job. The people who are super experts, AI affected them 1 or 2%. It didn't make them infinitely better. So it is a very good equalizer for businesses to say, we wish there were more people who were good, and this is a good tool to raise people up to that level. So experts, if you learn to harness this correctly, you can be an expert. But I don't think we've figured out how to do that yet. But the people who are just starting to learn, This is an amazing superpower for early career or people switching into careers. I'm really enjoying seeing companies leaning into upskilling, because I've never seen companies really leaning to upskilling in like a real way, as in, no, we need to see some output at the end. We want to employ people. We want to create jobs. IBM just announced they want to skill up 2 million people all over the world, specifically underrepresented people, because they realize we need to reskill 40% of the workforce, majority young people, early in career people. Things that used to be hard are getting easier. So because I worked in the metaverse, I had to learn a thing called Unity. Does anyone else know Unity? Yeah. Does anyone else cry because of Unity? Yeah, exactly. So most people had Netflix and chill. I used to have Unity and cry. That was my life. But now, because of this company called Photor, and you're going to see in future versions of GPT, you can generate 3D models like this of anything you want without doing Unity and cry. It is amazing, because this is the kind of thing that held back digital twins, it held back the metaverse, because we just did not have talented people to build 3D models that rotate and do things. But the world's changing so fast that this knowledge is everywhere and it's approachable. This is the Tokyo airport. Tokyo airport. It's wild, right? It's pretty wild. Now, this knowledge is approachable, it's everywhere, but companies are also starting to get, AI companies are getting serious about responsible AI. One thing that I've been pushing on a lot lately is talking about how do you make sure these data sets that AI is trained on are not as biased. And AI companies are starting to figure out, like, we nerds are not going to make an unbiased AI model, so we need help. And I recommend you all sign up for this, because most of you speak another language. OpenAI has started this open red teaming network. So people who have specific skills, whether it's cognition, different languages, anthropology, cybersecurity, whatever background you come from, you can lend help. And it's a paid activity. They pay you to participate in this, to help debias some of the models and add layers of expertise to it, so it's more useful for people in your industries and in your own language. Now, what I like about this is that red teaming is generally something that happens before the model goes out into the world. So you will be red teaming models that are not out yet. So we have a chance to debias models before they go out and hit the world. Because as you know, most of these models are trained by American people on the west coast of the US, which is less helpful for all of you, less helpful for most people in the world. Turns out for 194 countries, it's not as useful. Right? So I like seeing this. I thought this was a good idea they did. So it might seem like everybody is building AI products, and actually they are. I work at Microsoft. I babysit our AI products called copilots. Does anyone want to guess how many copilots we have released? All right, who wants to guess 20? Hands. Okay. Okay, can I get a 50? 50. Who guesses 75? 75. Who guesses 100? Who guesses above 100? Who guesses above 150? No one. 155 copilots. 155 copilots, okay. And there's some boring ones, okay? They're not all very interesting, honestly. Like Viva Glint, what's that? Nothing. You don't need to use it. Liquid Copilot, don't use it. Some weird framework. But there's some really good ones. There's really good ones. 3 I use constantly. I'm going to show you a quick demo. GitHub Copilot, magical for devs. Teams Recap Copilot, magical for devs, because now you don't have to go to meetings. Right? So I babysit those copilots, and I'll explain to you my work exactly. This is early days. We've only been making copilots for a year. This is just a year of copiloting. I have never seen this company that I've worked at for 19 years churn code like this. I've seen some teams that I thought did not exist churn code this year. I'm like, you're still alive? Project? You have a copilot? I thought this code was on ice, right? I have never seen petabytes of code churn in a company that's older than me. It is wild to see it. And it is wild to see so many other companies jump on this bandwagon and do this. So, you know what AI is. I don't have to explain it to you, but I just want to refine some terminology. The word we use a lot is LLM, large language model, which is GPT. But I would love for us to change now and start using the term foundation model. Now I'm going to make you all repeat it with me. Say it with me. Foundation model. Foundation model. OK, here's why. Because GPT-4 is not a language model. All of the magic of DALL-E 3, Codex, which generates code, are all merged into GPT-4. OK? You've seen GPT-4 Vision, which can take a picture of something and do stuff with it. Now, foundation model generates many things, not just language. It generates code, images, graphs, videos. GPT-Next will generate even more things. Now, it's really important we start using these kind of terminology because all of the other terminology that we're going to have to life coach people on will become even more important. Okay? Prompting, what you do into the UX. Meta prompting, what you do into the actual API call. But it's the same, the exact same. Fine-tuning is retraining the model with your data. A lot of people are like, oh, I fine-tuned this AI. I'm like, no, you didn't. You refined it. That's not fine-tuning. If you're fine-tuning a model, suddenly you're going to have to go through the entire machine learning Python process. Good luck. And then temperature. Temperature is how you say, how random do you want this output to be? 0, very specific, very truthful. 1, creative. Write me a poem about ponies, right? So the key players, right, that I deal with, you know these players. You know OpenAI, ChatGPT. Azure OpenAI service, which is what I work on, it's the enterprise GPT, where you reason over your own company's data. You don't reason over data from Wikipedia to give you results. And Bing Chat Enterprise is the free way to get it, to get a free access to your own enterprise data without your data leaving your tenant and nothing from the external world coming into your data source. Now, I'm going to give you 4 quick demos, and we're not going to sit through all these because I'm sure you've seen some of these. Bing Chat is pretty much like ChatGPT plus but free. So that's why I'm like, you want the same thing but free, you can use Bing Chat Enterprise. Oh, that one was fun because it was write C++ code to reverse a string. I'm like, interviews, hello, this is going to be hilarious, right? Rather than asking people to write code, I ask them to use AI to write code for me now. That's how I do my interviews, because that's what we're going to have to do. I'm like, write code using AI, now drive efficiency into it, get me to big O notation 1. This is how I ask questions, and I watch how they use AI to do it, because this is the future. That's how they're going to work. Having them write code from scratch on a whiteboard makes no sense anymore. Edge Copilot, because I'm dyslexic, I can't read large quantities of text. You could do this with a PDF and just say, summarize this into 5 actionable bullet points for me. I use this all the time because I cannot read large quantities of text. OK, this is cool. Teams Copilot meeting recap. I think Zoom has this, other people have this, but I don't see people using it. Dear devs, stop going to meetings, start recapping. Okay? So record a meeting, you get this beautiful recap back, and please ignore all the internal private data I'm showing you. And it also calls out like where somebody called you in a meeting. They're like, I think I'd love to hear from Donna in this. I'm like, oh, got called out at minute 30, I should respond. Because of this, I now I go recap, read 10 meetings, go back and watch the recording of 1. But I'm in Europe for a month. I'm attending exactly 0 Pacific time meetings. I'm just recapping all of them. And I've missed nothing. I've missed absolutely nothing. This is a game changer for developers. Power Automate Copilot. People are like, how do you automate stuff? I'm like, through low code. You figure out what you want to do. Send me a text whenever my boss emails me, because I don't check email anymore, because I have Outlook Copilot for that. I don't go to meetings anymore, because I have Teams Copilot for that. So I just get a text when my boss emails me. And I'm like, yes, on it. Getting right on that. But it generates the flow for you, which is kind of cool. And then, of course, my favorite, GitHub Copilot. How many of you have used GitHub Copilot? OK, a bunch of people in the room. OK, I want to show you GitHub Copilot Chat, which is you just click that thingy, and then the chat window opens up. And then you say, like, what is the purpose of the create completion function? And it'll say, like, what does this do? What does this thing do? And then it'll think about its existence for a minute, and then it'll analyze, and then it'll tell you what it does. This is very useful for legacy code bases, because who likes a legacy code base? No one. And to actually have an answer given to you and act like you're smart because you figured it out, that's pretty cool. I do like that. I appreciate that. So I love GitHub Copilot Chat. But the thing that I think not enough people use is ChatGPT's, they renamed it again, to advanced data analysis, okay? This is very useful, and I recommend you try it. It's in, what is it? ChatGPT Plus. So you go to the top there, and you drop it down, and you say, you upload a file, whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be an Excel, a Power BI, an image, whatever. And you say, analyze it and give me something. So I was hiring, and I needed interview questions, but I didn't want to come up with them. So I uploaded the job description, and I said, generate me 5 good interview questions. And he gave me pretty good ones. This is really good for images. It's really good for analyzing large swatches of data. So really fun hack. Soon this will come to normal ChatGPT, but it is a thing that I really recommend you try out if you haven't. Now, there are certain things AI is good for, but not everything, right? Not everything. I was helping some customer support people last week, a few weeks ago, and they said, how can I even start? And I said, start with something really simple and really basic. Like any customer support desk has the exact same problem, which is tickets come in, they have to categorize the tickets. It's right now some poor schmo's job to categorize the tickets into categories and say, this is website, this is returns, this is general complaints, etc. Use AI, the actual categorization technique, to say, these keywords put here, these keywords put here, these keywords put here. Just do that, because that's cleared up people from doing this horribly mind-numbing, boring thing. Then get creative and do the other things. Analyze the info in the ticket. Get answers easily from various data sources. Like upload these data sources and give me an answer to this question. Summarize these workarounds. Create a first draft. Automate these tasks. These are the kinds of things AI is good for. Repetitive, boring, things you could do a million times. Something where you can spot an error very easily because you're an expert. I do believe that everyone has a role to play in the AI verse. It doesn't matter where you lay on the technical scale. A lot of people think that, oh, I don't really have a role to play because I'm not a machine learning expert. I'm not a machine learning expert. I'm a C++ dev. And people who are machine learning experts tell you not everyone needs to be one. Because very rarely are you going to be building a model, training a model, fine-tuning a model. Very rarely. If you are going to be doing it, learn machine learning, right? And these are 2 people I work with who are machine learning experts. And they will tell you that documenting AI models for things you need to know is probably the biggest chunk of change in their job. They will also tell you, please check your sources. Don't just ask for sources, but check them. Because ultimately, AI is kind of like that one drunk friend you have who's really smart, but damn do they spout nonsense, right? Who has that friend? All of you have that friend, yeah. We're in the Balkans. We all have that friend, trust me. No shade on Balkans. I say this in every country. It's true, though. There's a lot of hallucinations. There are ways to reduce it, but that's a whole art and science of itself. I can talk to you for 1 hour on how to reduce hallucinations, and then in the next minute, I'm like, well, that didn't work. The second role is the actual expert in the problem space. You probably work with these people in your companies often. They're the people in HR, legal, finance, operations. They understand the issues, but they're not necessarily technical. But they need to be part of the equation because they understand the customer. They understand the problem. They understand a good solution. They understand an amazing solution. And they're the people you want to pull closer. So when you're building a solution for them, they're actually going to use it versus flinging some AI thing over the wall and they have no idea how to use it or why you're giving this to them. The third one is probably where most of you fall in, which is the builder. They're the one who are going to design the solution by talking to the business expert. They're going to research existing tools and build a prototype. You're going to get user feedback and build the final version. This is probably where you are. Your job as a product maker is exactly the same as it's always been, just probably working with the experts a little bit more because this problem is so much more personal. Then the fourth role is a new job. And it's an evolution of old school tester, because now it's got a bunch of fancy new titles. Tester, so last year. Red teamer, so this year. Guess how much red teamers get paid? Lots of money, that's how much. So, validator, red teamer, admin, deployer, you're going to see lots of job titles start popping up for this. You're going to see a lot of job titles. So go do a search term on red teamer. You'll see so many jobs pop up. And this is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful space for any of you who come from a liberal arts background. Because we need expertise of people from not tech to make this tech not suck. honestly. And these are the people, they make sure that the solution actually solves the problem correctly, right? Not bad, deploys to the right people, and most importantly, teaches people to use it. The biggest problem we're going to have with AI is that the timeline of how long things take is dramatically different. Nowadays, how AI is going to work is getting your data together so you can actually use AI on it will take 40% of your time. Building the thing, most of it's very low code. It's only going to take 20% of your time. Teaching people to use it will take 40% of your time. That's what we're seeing across the board, 155 copilots worth of data at this point. And these are technical people we're teaching this to, but no one knows how to use it to maximize its fullest power. No one knows how to check sources. No one knows how to do any of these things that are new concepts. So this validator, deployer, red teamer role will be the most important role because it's new and it touches the human the most. So you're going to start seeing experts being hired to train models. So keep an eye for these things. Look at the requirements. Proficient in physics, not computer science, in physics. You're going to see, I saw anthropology expert, archaeology expert, French expert. These are what we're seeing when we need, and say like, review pairs of physics problems and tell us which is good. Because hell if a bunch of machine learning people can tell you about physics, no. So you're going to see so many other people being hired to train AI models. And it's about to get really exciting to see so many people start getting into the tech space. A question I get asked a lot about is responsible AI. I'm a huge believer in responsible AI because it's not just about ethics. It's about all of the things that make companies and data protected. So let's go through them really quickly. One is, of course, fairness, which is race and gender, making sure there's equitable AI products being made. Second one is reliability and safety. This is, if you ask your AI a question that it wasn't trained to do, please do not give terrible answers. Like if you're building a chef AI and someone's like, how do you make a poison? Do not give that answer. Thank you. I know you're not trained to not give the answer, but don't give it. Third, your data is yours, privacy and security. Your data does not leave the premises of this box, and nothing from the outside world enters, right? Nothing exits, nothing enters, if that's how you set up your product to be. Inclusiveness, this is accessibility for people with disabilities, and also ageism. Ageism is a major, major thing in AI. Transparency, being very clear. These answers are AI generated, dear customer. If you have a question, please consult the human in the loop, which is the last one, accountability. Making sure there's a feedback option so the human in the loop can either review the feedback or do something about it. But these are responsible AI principles from Microsoft. Every company is going to have their own. They're all going to be very, very similar. But if you're implementing AI in your business, make sure you have a set of responsible AI principles. Most of these laws, by the way, they already exist because we've already gone through this rigmarole with cloud and data. And most of this is relevant to Europe and the US and Canada. So if you look up, if you're a real compliance person, which I'm not, but I know all of these laws, you can find that most of the data protection work has already been done for you. So I built an accessibility copilot for my previous team. And the responsible AI practices I put in were, I stated clearly that this is an AI product. I said, I'm an AI agent. I only answer accessibility questions. I called the moderation endpoint to filter out any hate speech or anything strong bias. I set the temperature variable to low to prevent randomness, because I don't need speculation and fiction about accessibility. I just need to answer questions like which screen reader is best. I explained the reasoning behind the answers. And these are all things you just set in code. I said, explain your reasoning. Why did you come to this? Cite your sources. And then I like to have a human validate that these answers are real. So for the top 50 questions that are asked, we had a human validate the answers, and then we let the AI actually answer things on its own. But we went through a whole process. It was not something we turned on overnight. We said only for these 50 questions. And now it's actually quite accurate. And my code chunk literally looks like this. And I'm not kidding. It's basic JavaScript. Call the OpenAI create completion API, and you can see that the prompt is exactly what I put there. I set the temperature to 0. I upped the tokens to 4,000, by the way, not 60. And my data source said, I'm not kidding, Donna's legit data sources.txt, because I didn't know what I was doing at the time. So I took all of our internal accessibility guides, links to them, put them in a text file, and that was the data source I used. And that was it. AI is not a high-code activity. It's just not. which is going to be kind of funny for us because most of our work is now going to be here and not here. Most of it's going to be figuring out where are our data sources, is it good? OK, built it. How do I teach people to use it? Because teaching people to use this has taken me 1 year. Building it took an hour. It took a day. Getting the data together took a while. So just from these experiences, I'll tell you, the number of people I'm going around the world and talking to about supercharging their careers is everywhere. This first one, I was in Australia, the Australia government. Second one, I was in the UK talking to young grads. Third one, these are people who work with accessibility. But everyone has a chance to supercharge their careers with AI. So I would love for all of you to look at yourself or your business at this scale. Ooh. To look at this scale and think about where you're at right now. Are you at level 1, where you've tried out a few tools and it's fairly sporadic, unspecific usage? Are you at level 2, where you've adopted a product? You've taken it home like a pet. You use it daily, weekly. This is part of your life now. Is it the third thing, where you've extended an AI product with your own data and you're doing interesting things like meta prompting, fine-tuning, retrieval augmented generation, or plugins? Or have you built your own AI product from an existing model, level 4? Or are you building and training your own models, level 5? Think about where you're at, and think about how you can raise your level by one of these steps in the next 3 to 6 months, because that will elevate your business like nothing you've ever seen. What I'm working on is I am babysitting our copilots. Adopt a copilot, like some things are good out of the box, like GitHub Copilot, Security Copilot, Azure, Power BI, et cetera, fine. Extend copilots through these things called plugins, like Dynamics, Power Platform, Azure OpenAI Services, ground in your own data. Take an out-of-the-box Copilot, ground in your own data. And the third one is using the Copilot stack to build your own, doing it through low-code or high-code. And I spend all my time in that middle one, because no one is really at the point where they're ready to build their own AI products. Every company wants to ground in their own data, but no one is ready to go out there and say, yeah, I'm going to build my own from scratch. Very few. So because it's me, there's always homework, and I have 4 homework assignments for you all today. 1, learn to ask good questions. This is where being a human is very useful. How would you ask questions and prompt somebody who is an intern from last summer? Think about your intern from last summer. They're not an expert. They're not the brightest. They can be cajoled to do stuff, but they need a little bit of help, right? Second, get your data information. If you want to do AI in your business next year, you got to get your data information this year. I like different data lakes for different problems. HR gets a data lake, finance gets a data lake. Otherwise, it's chaos, and then you're worried about data security. Third, figure out your skilling and governance plan. How are you going to teach people to use this? Because that's going to take a very long time. And what does governance look like? Who can go and implement AI products in your company? Who can just download stuff? Who can put data into this box? Because what you need is everyone in your company putting the data into the box you've created and not anything else in the world. And 4, think of one business process that you'd like to make simpler or take less time. And that's it. Something that's simpler, less time. Choose something that you know very well. So if the AI product is doing a totally terrible job of it, you're able to see that. The big mistake people do is they go pick some process they're not good at, and then they're not able to say that this AI is doing it better or not. But the quickest way to measure efficiency of an AI product is to say, it took me X much time. With AI, it's X divided by 2, because you are the expert. So if you'd like to join my Copilot cult crew, marketing says stop calling it a cult, and stay up to date on all things AI and Copilots at Microsoft, you can join me at aka.ms/li Copilot crew. It's a LinkedIn Copilot crew. But I wish you all the best. And just keep in mind, Nokia flip phone era, we're in the early days. Please go forth and do the thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna, for the inspirational talk. Personally, I'm not going to look at AI the same way as before. So we're going to have 10 minutes break, and we're back for our next talk. Thank you.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together. Commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
We're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
We've tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. That's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Intane. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring.
Hey. Okay, so we continue the conference with the hot topic about AI with our next speaker. He is the CTO and co-founder of Iris AI, and he's going to talk about the role of AI in the future of knowledge. Let's welcome on stage Viktor Botev.
Thank you, everyone. It's really nice to be here. Yeah, I'm Viktor Botev, as already mentioned, and I will be talking today about the future of knowledge and, in general, about knowledge, about what and how we have used knowledge in the past, and how we'll be doing that in the future, and what's the role of AI in that. And first, I'll start by saying a few words about what is actually knowledge. So already back like a few thousand years ago, people have started using knowledge more, how to say, more aware that this thing needs to be learned, propagated, transferred, and so forth. But what is knowledge? So knowledge is actually a unit of information that is describing the world around us. It could be in any form or type. Actually, if you look at evolution, for example, knowledge is already inside each and every being that exists today and that has existed in the past. So we have it in our cells, we have it in the RNAs, we have it into the DNA, and that is something that has been encoded there. It changes, it moves forward, it's transferred from being to being. But after a certain time, like when the civilizations start to grow, actually we started to build external knowledge systems. So this we can call like internal systems. That's how the evolution works and how the nature works. But we started building external systems, like there were libraries, we wrote books, there were paintings and things like that. And that's how kind of knowledge started going out of the body and the beings and going into external systems. But how do we, in general, work with knowledge? So basically, we need to acquire some new knowledge somehow, new information about the outside world. After that, we have to encode it in one way or another, store it somewhere, then decode it back again when we need it, and interpret it. And after that, we can apply it to certain use cases. So if we look at some examples, so for example, someone actually did something incredibly innovative in agriculture, for example. Then after that, they wrote a book that's kind of encoding the knowledge using language. Then they store it into the book. That book went into, let's say, the Library of Alexandria. Then after that, it has been decoded by someone else who just read the book. And then it put his own interpretation about what this knowledge is about. And after that went, let's say, to some other parts of the world and start applying the learned knowledge in reality. So how do we use knowledge in the modern age? Like this was a little bit back in the day, but how are we using knowledge today? So of course today, computers are one of our main kind of storage systems for knowledge. But we also have like textbooks, like everyone in schools still study using textbooks from time to time. We have peer-to-peer systems, meaning that we actually meet with some people, we meet with our peers, we meet with teachers or lecturers and so forth, and we exchange knowledge between each other. And as I said already, we have also the computers, data centers, data lakes, cloud storage, all of this stuff. To actually store the knowledge and the information units that describe the world today. What are, for example, like modern decoder system? I'm not going to go into the encoding part because that's a whole different story. But more interestingly are how do we actually work with this stored knowledge today. So, for example, for textbooks, we use kind of teachers who kind of distill the knowledge that's in the textbook and tell us what examples to use. The peers can do the same. We also have, when it comes to digital systems, a lot of other tools to actually consume knowledge, like their interactive interfaces that present us like nice connections of data. You know, we have like statistical charts and all of these things. There are audio recordings and audiobooks that tell us what the knowledge is about. There are videos, explanatory videos, probably one of the most kind of advanced ways of learning knowledge today is because in videos, you actually can see how the things are applied, which can reduce the errors that can happen when you interpret the knowledge. Because one thing is to read it in the book, another thing is to just apply it like on some controlled environment, but a totally different thing to actually see how someone else is doing that. In this kind of process, you use all of your kind of internal knowledge of the world, of how you move, how things move, and that actually is one of the best ways we have to date to help decoding the knowledge that exists in our systems. But in general, still today, the consumption of knowledge is left to a big extent to the receivers. So it means that the people that actually receive the knowledge, they still interpret it in their own way, sometimes correctly, sometimes not so correct, and then they apply the knowledge in practice. So what are, in general, the issues in the knowledge chain? So the issues in the knowledge chain, they start with each and every action that we just described. So issue number one is usually information loss, because at the moment you actually have to encode something, and you can imagine that the farmer that actually created these amazing canals in the ancient Egypt, they actually had this experience, you know. So they felt everything, they did everything with their hands and stuff like that, but then after that they just have to write it in text, right? So during this kind of encoding process and explaining it into language, there is information loss. So we lose some of the parts of the experience that actually existed. Interestingly, actually, even our brain works a lot with this process of information loss. I mean, it's studied quite a lot that when we experience something, our brain just remembers some associations of the experience that we had. And then if we just try to recall it, we actually don't really remember the full experience, but we just reconstruct it based on these associations. So essentially, you can, I mean, there are studies of how different memories evolve over time, and you can see that there is a lot of information loss into that process. So besides the information loss, there could be errors, of course. There could be errors because we are trying to explain something in a certain way, or there could be errors because we just made an error. There are also time-based errors, because at the time when we actually record the knowledge, there could be certain, how to say, general understandings of the language or of how things should be presented. And those things might change. So if you read a book, for example, from, let's say, the 1800s, you can see that there are certain things that people expect you to know while reading that are no longer reasonable today. So those are like kind of time-based errors. Not to mention that actually there are storage problems when you store knowledge for a long time, like the books can get dirty or something get wrong. And they, even in like modern systems like computers, if you store something for very long, you might get the knowledge corrupted. There's also errors during decoding process. That means that people that are actually reading things might have issues with understanding properly the language, with having the proper background to understand it, and so forth. But everything kind of leads to what we call misinterpretations or misunderstandings. So misinterpretations are one of the most kind of, well, one of the biggest enemies of knowledge, basically. Because when someone tries to understand what has been encoded and stored, and they interpret it in the wrong way, then bad things can happen, actually. And that's what we want to avoid. And so when we work with our current digital systems, there has been a lot of effort streamlined towards how to mitigate each and every of these issues in order to be able to actually prevent misunderstandings at the end. But this is something that has been sort of the digitalization era. But things have changed in the latest 5-10 years when it comes to knowledge in a way that changes a little bit the perspective. So before, although there were errors, the knowledge is kind of structured in a way. It is possible for the people that want to learn things to actually consume that knowledge. But today, the amount of knowledge that is available out there, grows exponentially. So we have actually, back in the days when we started Iris AI, because we actually work a lot with knowledge, there were about 6,000 research articles published every day in the whole field of science. Well, just for 5 years, they have increased to about 30,000 a day. And you have also a lot of other technical reports and patents and other things like that that just add more and more new things that people find and want to encode and want to share and transfer to each and every one of us. But this introduces new kind of issues. So the time actually, because when you have the knowledge and you want to learn it, there is some time requirement. You need some time to actually practice it, to apply it to several use cases in order to be able to understand and use it in your day-to-day life. But the time for acquiring it has become so short because the new thing is coming up and the new thing we have to learn and so forth, that time becomes a big pressure factor when it comes to consuming and using of knowledge. And one interesting study that I want to mention here is about what would be the most important skills of the workforce, and especially in the IT sector, in the next 10 years. This study has been done by IBM. And one of the most important skill actually was time management. And what they mean by time management is exactly that thing, that you need to manage your time about what things you want to learn when, because new things will be coming up. And if you want to be competitive in the market, if you want to have an edge, you have to very well manage your time and use tools to actually provide you knowledge in order to develop yourself. So time has become a big factor here. But there is also some limits to the capacity on the user side, meaning that we cannot, there are a lot of things going out and we want to learn everything about, let's say, LLMs, then we want to learn everything about prompt engineering, then about, okay, so how to train the models, how to use them, what are the best interfaces for them, and all of these interesting things. But it becomes like a little rabbit hole, and that's about just one topic. But what if we also want to learn about other things? So besides the time management, the other important thing is to actually be able to manage the capacity which we have and choose wisely which things to learn. So that presents also these scalability issues. So how people have targeted misunderstandings in the past? Well, there are several layers of verification and validation when it comes to writing, editors, and so forth. There were improvements in terms of encoding and decoding. There's the digital era with algorithms, manual effort for interpretations, and so forth. And the focus in general has been in the past to unify the knowledge so that it's useful to everyone, so everyone can adjust to that. Well, with the scalability issues present, that becomes a little bit of a problem because with the exponential growth of the digital platforms, of the knowledge that is around us, it's no longer possible to adapt well to this general common understanding of the knowledge. That's why textbooks have diminished a little bit their role, and we have seen videos which are much more personalized. We have seen more peer-to-peer systems and so forth. But no tooling is actually enough when it comes to our own capacities. And here is where, we have seen all the developments of the AI in the latest years, the LLMs, and one of the most important things that LLMs can do is that they actually can decode knowledge pretty well. So that's why they can also write plausible text. But the other important thing is that they can translate. So they can understand the intent of the user. They can understand our vocabulary. So whenever we want to ask questions and we want to get answers, we will get them personalized to ourselves. And that gives us the capacity to actually more quickly get to the point of understanding the knowledge. So, and that also bridges the gap a little bit between the person that encoded and stored the knowledge and us on the other side, which we have to receive it. So that's where AI systems will play a bigger part in the next 5 years probably, and maybe a little bit longer. But the idea basically is that they bring personalization. And that is, in my view at least, that there is a new era of personalization that is starting. It has started already last year. But with these AI tools, we'll be able to do things like personalized medicine, by like personal tutors for certain activities, and so forth and so forth. So suddenly, we have the AI from like the servant to somehow become more as a master of in the relationship between us and the AI. But what prevents us today to actually have this personalization already happening? Well, one of the biggest issues with LLMs is their adherence to facts. So essentially, we have all seen what was discussed already today, hallucinations. But those hallucinations are mostly present when it comes to direct factual data. And there is a pretty good explanation about it, because with all the breakthroughs in the attention mechanisms for transformers, they actually taught the LLMs to generalize. So the idea is that they generalize knowledge, they encode it well, they are able to paraphrase, they can build you nice text that actually paraphrase a question, answer the question. But this generalization doesn't work well for facts. So what we need to do is we need to help the LLMs get the facts right, and in this build bigger trust in those systems. Also, another kind of issues is that the current tech is a bit too expensive. So if you really want to train and fine-tune a model for your particular use case, then that might be a bit expensive. And finally, of course, there is this adoption barriers. Like, as it was mentioned in the previous talk, like right now we have returned to the 90s, where the main interface to interact with the machine is chat interface or like console, which, I mean, kind of tells us that we probably have to do something in order to make this more interactive, because people usually use their visual memory much more often than anything else. So a few words about how can we make actually factuality the focus of these LLMs. Some of the things that we have done in the past few years are related to using structured knowledge. So the idea of using basically knowledge graphs with LLMs in order to produce factually correct results. High quality data, and here we're not talking about just cleaning the data. We're talking about the fact that when you train a large language model just on text, it doesn't have the same capabilities as if you train it on more structured data sets, and I'll just mention them in a second. But so just if you train it just on text, it doesn't have reasoning capabilities and abilities to follow instructions. But if you train it on textbooks, on code, on scientific texts, then suddenly the reasoning capabilities rise a lot. So we have to think about, okay, what is this data that brings structure to the knowledge inside the LLMs, so that first we reduce the cost, we reduce the number of parameters and things like that. And second, we get better reasoning capabilities. And finally, we should focus on facts. So the current attention mechanisms are focusing on generalization, which is great, and that's why we have these breakthroughs. But now we need to change that slightly and give it the ability to understand that if there is a factual relation, it has to put the right facts there and shouldn't generalize. It should, I mean, it knows sometimes there is a phone number there and puts a random phone number. So no, we want the actual phone number of the person that is in the answer. Cost optimizations, I think that relates to the previous slide a little bit. It's all about parameter reduction, avoiding the need for fine-tuning and infrastructure. So we need to do improvements in infrastructure, but by using the right data and at the same time combining the structural knowledge with the prompts, we can at the end avoid the need for large-scale fine-tuning. Architectural shifts, so things have changed. So we have encoder models that were back like 10 years ago. Now we have decoder models that are the central focus, GPT models. And there are some experiments with encoder-decoder models, but the problem is that they require even more computational power and data. So that probably will change a bit in the future, and we'll move more towards that because we do want to have the knowledge and the decoder in the same place, but it will take some time. And yeah, finally, we need to teach people a little bit also about how to use these systems. Like, yeah, a lot of people are in denial of using them. A lot of people resist that they should use those tools in their day-to-day life. But reality is that without them, our capabilities will actually diminish quite a bit compared to people that are using them. And finally, I just want to show you one example, because I talked a lot about structured, unstructured knowledge, LLMs, and things like that. So one example about how you can guide an LLM by using a knowledge graph. So on one side, you have like just an excerpt of the knowledge graph, which has been identified by the entities in the question. And then after that, you kind of ask the large language model to follow that structure and identify what is the compound, what is the side effect, what is the cause of the side effect, and so forth. And by the large language model describing these things, it automatically reaches the correct answer. So while the original answer could be wrong, I mean, it can be random, actually it changes. If you ask the same question 3 times, you get different adverse effects. But in reality, if you guide the model with these structures, it gets the concrete entities correct. And even if you ask it, okay, so was your previous answer correct after you identify the entities and after you follow the relations, the model actually can say, no, actually, I was wrong, so I will change my answer. And what we are doing is we are building those automatic loops underneath in our Iris AI scientific chat tool, so that at the end of the day, the users actually get the factually correct answers. And that's just one of the things that can be done in order to increase the factual correctness from like 60% what it's today to like 90%. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Victor, for the inspiring AI presentation. So now it's time for Q&A session. You can ask your questions if you have any to Victor. Take your chance. Yeah?
I was not able to fully hear the question, so if you, yeah.
So, hi, thank you for the talk. Can your product be incorporated in the peer review process for papers, since it's gathering knowledge and validating it?
Yeah, actually, there have been a lot of inquiries for using these kind of tools for peer reviews. Definitely, there are possibilities for that. One of the issues there, and it's not related at all to technology, like technology can be used there. One of the issues there is usually the business model. So, because when it comes to the peer-reviewed process, in many situations, it's actually volunteer, and it's really hard to engage people in both kind of testing and validating the technology, but also for the company that builds the technology, it has to have some other business, and this is always kind of the side business. So that becomes a little bit of a problem when it comes to this particular use case. But definitely it can be used, and yeah, I hope that the whole ecosystem in academia, when it comes to peer review, will change in the future, because right now this area is a little bit, how to say, undervalued, and at the same time it's very important for the quality of knowledge. So I think it's a bit overlooked, and it has to change.
Thank you.
So you talked about ways to make AI give more factually correct answers. I've read quite a few articles, theoretical, about how it is very difficult to make AI give truthful and correct answer. So how close to the correct answers to the correct factual information do you think you can get with the methods here? And I suppose you've also read the same articles.
Yeah, of course. So that's our area of expertise. So I can talk a lot about that, but I'll try to be short. So they're basically, so you're right. I mean, it's extremely hard because that's the essence of the current architecture. So the essence of the transformers and the attention mechanisms is for the models to generalize. And it's really hard to try to teach them to be factually correct. Actually, if you try to do that just with training data and fine-tuning, that's not possible today. So you have to think of other ways in order to do that. I mean, chain of thought and graph of thought is one way through the prompting. And the reason why it works better through the prompting is because the models have internally learned some instructions, and they are kind of bind to those instructions. And using the prompts to kind of trigger those instructions helps in them producing the right answers. So through prompting, we can do certain things. So that's one very important thing to note. Second thing, right now, there are no good metrics to actually measure factuality well. So we need proper data sets in order to be able to measure factuality. I mean, in our particular company, we do have them because we have worked with extracting factual data for other purposes, for extraction purposes, for a lot of companies. So we have those knowledge graphs with factual data with which we can measure. And on certain domains, we really achieve very high level of factual correctness. As I said, like the fundamental models, they have factual correctness between 40 and 60%, meaning that, yeah, like in 40% of the, or 60% of the answers, you get the facts, all of the facts correct. In all the other answers, you actually get something wrong. So with adding additional layer of guiding the models, you can reach 70, 80%, but you need, so it depends how specific are the questions, which is the domain, is there enough knowledge so that you can have a full factual graph and things like that. But the other things that have to be done is there are ways to do knowledge injections. So you can actually use adapters in the transformer mechanisms to train certain layers of the neural network in order to ingest or impute the knowledge from the knowledge graphs. And this requires a little bit more specific data in how to basically teach the model the relationship between the different facts. And those layers are actually the ones that kind of add, so they create some sort of a heat map of the answer, and the heat goes to the factual elements, and it helps the model to actually not try to generalize on them. But it's not an easy process and still needs to be investigated or researched a bit more. And the final third way of doing that is through changing the attention mechanism. So that's actually the most important thing, and it will happen in the next year probably. The attention mechanism will be changed with a hybrid mechanism, one for attention, but one also for generating these automatic heat maps of the produced text. In order to identify the factual elements, it will happen a little bit in backtracking order. So we'll probably not guess the next token, but we'll guess the next sentence. And then after that, we'll be able to analyze the sentence. But yeah, I mean, these are things, for example, on this final point, we are working with UCL, the College of London. So, and with them, we are trying different. We're doing different experiments with the mathematics behind the attention mechanisms, and trying to combine it with more like focusing mechanism as well. Yeah, I hope that answered the question.
Okay, so I think that we don't have more time for questions. Thank you again. You can find Victor outside, and let's have a quick 10 minutes break. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together. Commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
We're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
We've tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. There's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together: commerce, data, analytics, technology, all in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
Hey, welcome back. It's time for our next presentation. Welcome on stage my colleague, Anton Ivanov, who is a staff engineer at VMware, and he's going to talk about data ops as a service using the product Versatile Data Kit. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. So, before I start, a wise man once told me that when I'm going on a lecture or presentations, I want to make sure to note down 3 new things I'm learning and 3 action items I want to take. I'm going to help you with the 3 action items. By the end of the lecture, I will give you 3 action items for you to take home and try to improve yourself or the world around you. So before we start, sort of the starting point of my presentation is I'm going to assume that you believe what the quote says. If you don't, I suggest either you read the book or watch the movie, Moneyball. Basically, I'm going to assume you're on the same page that good decisions or in good products are not just based on gut feelings, even if they come with a lot of experience, but on rigorous analysis of data. That's sort of a starting point. And then, in this presentation, I'm going to go over what are data applications and why they should matter for everyone, and what are the main parts of data ops or DevOps for data, like API for data, SEOs and SEOs for data, and the DevOps cycle for data. And going to talk a bit of open source project for Stout Data Kit that tries to help along. Before that, let's talk about cooking. How I used to work in restaurants 3 times, and you also, even if you haven't worked at a restaurant, I guess most of you have cooked, right? And when you're cooking, your focus is on create dishes, food that is delicious, that is good looking, that's good quality, that's easy to consume. If you're in a restaurant, you want this to be delivered quickly. So we produce this good food. What is something else that we produce? Any guesses? More food, actually, in the form of peelings and leftovers. And this kind of food, generally, we throw it in the garbage. But this is generally very useful. There are some kind of, according to World Food Program, approximately 1/3 of the food for consumption is being wasted. That's approximately 1.3 billion tons of food, which, according to World Food Program, could feed 2 billion people. That's like a lot, right? And I'm going to draw the metaphor here where food is data. I'm going to say that, yes, we create this kind of good software applications, but we also waste a lot of data when we're doing it. But my first action item for you actually is the United Nations and a lot of countries come with 17 sustainability goals. The food waste problem is number 12. So I encourage you to go to this website, globalgoals.org, and take action. There are some good advices. Maybe you're doing some of them. Try to do one that you haven't done so far. So that's my first action item for you. But let's switch gears. Let's talk about data applications, right? Software applications. I assume a lot of people here work in software, and you are creating software applications. And when we're creating software applications, we pride ourselves that those applications are easy to consume, easy to use by users. They are good quality, similar to the dishes. And in similar way, we are also producing a lot of data waste in the form of logs, in the form of monitoring, in all kinds of different ways. And this data is being used. Actually, the data engineers, data practitioners that are trying to use this data in order to create basically data applications. This might be BI intelligence reports that are helping business make better decisions. It might be forecasting modules for the finance team. It might be machine learning modules to create better products. Generally, how the data journey of this data goes through is like that. Let's use an example of e-commerce app, right? In e-commerce app, you have catalog, checking, billing system, but it produces all kinds of different data. You have logs that are stored in some system like S3 or Google Cloud or Walk Intelligence. You have, of course, your transactional databases where you store the information about each transaction that the user is making. And you can store different types of events for clickstream and so forth in a Kafka system. So the usual data journey, the data engineer needs to go to the garbage can. In this case, I mean the data sources, and basically ingest this data. This is the process we call data ingestion. He needs to go pull this data from all kinds of different sources and put it in a common analytic system, which are called data lake, so that it can be used later for analysis. This later is what we call data transformations. For data transformations, we are trying to clean the data, to prepare it, to combine it, to aggregate it from different sources, so we can create this kind of data model that can be used either by other data applications, be used in data reports, or be used to make decisions. And of course, we also use it to create and train ML models, which can be used to improve our products, or again, to create better decisions. Ultimately, I guess we can fall out two categories. Either we use it to make better decisions or better products. All this requires a lot of data infrastructure, and I'm going to call this for now data application that data teams have to create. So, how yeah, you can see the question. So how do multiple applications communicate with each other? Build software application that software engineers create and data application data engineers create. Right, API. And what does usually API for data looks like? Well, the main ingredients of API for data, the first thing you want to define is, right, before that. So the example, let's say that I'm going to use this example where I want to combine two types of data. One is the current product info, which let's say is stored in the OTPDB. And the second one is legacy product info, which is stored in S3 service. And as we talk about, we want to ingest this data and store it in a data lake. And then we want to create this kind of all products data module where everyone in the company knows that if you want to know something about the product, the correct information about product, you will go to this data module. So where do we have communication between different applications? Well, in the beginning, of course, between the source systems and our data application that we're creating. And between our data applications and other data applications, reports, or other software applications that are using this kind of all-product data model. So this is where we need to have APIs defined. And those APIs for data tend to look like this. So for example, we are using our all-products data model. And let's say that this contains more information, right, about each product. So first, we want to make sure that it has certain structure and schema, right, so that people know how to query it. The second thing, very important, is the semantics of this data needs to be something that the user understands and something that they need. So we need to make sure to define the correct data semantics. And of course, we need to provide a way for those users to access the data. Often, this is in the form of database in SQL queries or data stored in S3 in a Park Arrow data format using Python and Pandas data frames. It's often used in analytics and ML. But now that we have our APIs, we want to make sure that these APIs, these data APIs, are serving the user needs. So we need to define certain level, service level objectives about this data. And those need to be metrics that the user would care about. So what the data user, the user of the data, would care about? Well, the semantics, right? We've promised them certain things about the semantics, so they need to be accurate. So we need to define data accuracy SLOs. They care that the data is accessible or queryable. So we need data availability SLOs. They care that the data is getting updated in time. If there is a new product, the new product is within an hour or a day or whatever the SLA is. So we need data freshness SLOs. Those are very frequent SLOs that you see in the data. There are, of course, many more. Overall, this is what I'm going to call data contracts. Data contracts is my second action item for you. If you're a software engineer or a data engineer, I really encourage you to go and learn more about data contracts. If you Google data contracts, you certainly find a lot more, but I can also recommend blog posts by Chad Sanderson, who would hopefully open your eyes about why even as software engineer we need to care about the data that we produce, even if it's internal data. And the last part, we want to talk about the development cycle, right? You need to develop and operate your applications the same way it goes for data applications. I hope we're all familiar with the DevOps cycle. So I'm going to flatten it here. We have this kind of 8 stages: plan, code, build, test, release, deploy, operate, monitor. I think let's try now to map the data journey to this DevOps cycle. Discovering and exploring the data fits very well the planning stage, and then we need to write ingestion and transformation logic. So all this kind of thing fits very well the planning, code, and build stages. Then we need to make sure to deploy our data application and deploy the data so that people can use it, and that fits the middle part of the DevOps cycle. And finally, we want to make sure to manage the data and operate and monitor the data applications, which fits the operate and monitor part of the DevOps cycle. So let's now talk about Versatile Data Kit. Versatile Data Kit is an open source tool developed initially internally in VMware, which was open sourced a year or so ago. And its goal is to make data engineering efficient and overall. So it provides 2 things. The one thing is a VDK SDK, which provides ability to write data applications using Python SQL. And the second thing is control service, which allows you to monitor and deploy those kind of applications. You can use both independently. So basically, if you look at the data journey, Versatile Data Kit is a framework that you can use to basically build different pieces of the data journey. And the control surface is where you can run them or somewhere else. The important thing about Versatile Data is very extensible, so you can apply DevOps practices and DevOps practices in an extensible manner. So let's look at an example. Let's say you have a database that's crashing, or maybe it's too expensive because in cloud things generally don't crash. And you find out that, simple example, the users are executing this kind of huge queries. So what can we do? We want to catch this as early as possible, preferably at development time. And if users are using Versatile Data Kit, they can develop on their machine. And infra team or DevOps team can build a plugin, some kind of query SEO plugin, that would check if the query is too long, your program will fail as early as possible during development time. So it will never reach production staging or even your database. And this is an example for the SDK. And the control service is what it tries to do is sort of tries to abstract and obfuscate as much possible of the DevOps cycle. And still, the data teams need to make sure that they plan the ingestion transformation jobs, and they have the best domain knowledge about them, so they need to operate and monitor them. But you can have IT team that configure, extends, establish certain best practices. For example, this is a very simplistic example. Again, let's say that a standardized team want to establish certain level of testing before this job is being deployed, right, with CI/CD. So they can do that by basically extending a Docker image. Or they want to do security hardening, like forbid certain files or do static code analysis or remove the execution bits of a file before they be deployed. And that also is possible. So in summary, I generally want to encourage you to think about reducing the data waste. Each time that you are creating data applications, you are producing data that is going to be used. So things about API for data, what the SEOs and SEOs of this data, and how this data fits in the DevOps cycle. My animation didn't work. And Versatile Data Kit helps in some ways, but it's a new project, so if anybody likes to use or contribute to new projects, is welcome to come. And finally, my reminder for the 3 action items that I want you to take. The first one is, of course, please do go to globalgoals.org and just browse there. For 15 minutes, I'm sure you're going to find something that would really help the world. The second one is learn more about data contracts. If you're backend engineer, front engineer, data engineer, it's going to be useful for you. And the third one, if you're interested in new things, go check Versatile Data Kit and yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony, and thank you for the example with the food garbage. It was really powerful. So it's time for your questions. Do we have any questions? Yep, we have one here.
I'm sorry?
Do you have any thoughts on data completeness? Or you consider it part of the accuracy KPI?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, data completeness. What do you mean by making sure that all
if
the
you
data
have
that you
all
need,
the data
like
in
all
the
product
data
data
application, yes,
is
exactly.
Something that you need. Yeah, it is.
And how do you measure it?
Those are just 3 examples that I mentioned, because it's that's not something easy because it requires a lot of domain knowledge about the source systems that you have to go. That's why I think one thing that's missing is a lot of cooperation between software engineers and data engineers. And this is something in our industry we really need to improve. That's why I encourage a lot of software engineers, especially to look at data contracts, which is something that would help. Because when you talk about software engineers, you find out much more about all kind of hidden APIs and hidden data semantics that are generally not available to data engineers. So yeah, I don't have a good answer, but communication is the best thing I think that can help.
Okay, where to start from your perspective to improve that with regards to data completeness? Because data contracts not going to help with that, right?
Well, if you're a software engineer, think more about how the data that you're producing is going to affect other people, because it's going to do it no matter what. No, if you're a data engineer, be more proactive and talk to the software engineers. That's.
Thanks.
Okay, so if we don't have more questions, or if you are too shy to ask your questions, we can take a short break.
You can find me at the VMware booth around.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
We've tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. There's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes, So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together. Commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
Hello. Our next presenter is a senior automation architect at Musala Soft. As his title suggests, his passion is automation testing, and he always strives to be on top of the innovations in his field. Today, he is going to give us some more information about his experience, how you can use artificial intelligence in solving everyday, routine, boring testing tasks. So, Stan, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Hi. Lately, we were researching how we can use AI in our daily testing automation routines. And we even implemented some solutions in some of our projects. Actually, the main challenge that I face here, and I would like to point out, is that we were trying to actually save time, and how we can achieve this, of course, by using the AI capabilities in the software test automation tools. Mainly, we'll scratch the surface of the test creation and test maintenance. So, as you can see, there are several areas that the AI steps in, and it even steps out of the normal automation testing routines, which are test scripts generation, self-healing, and visual comparison into these automation tests. But out of that, it is actually stepping in the test data generation and test cases generation as well. So let's go one by one into these categories. So the test data generation, actually how a test data generation tool, which is using AI, works. It actually can use its own data model, or it can use your own. And when you actually specify which model you are using, you should train it with a large set of statistical or previously used data. These tools are mainly using generators, which are generating the data, but after that, they are using discriminators, which are actually filtering out the test data to be more meaningful, more useful in terms of the business cases. So this business model that needs to be created is something really important to have, but it's really time-consuming, actually really hard to be built by lots of engineers in teams, but it definitely pays off. Actually, there are some test data generation tools which are generating synthetic data. Synthetic means artificially generated. The most popular out of these are Gretel and Watson XAI, but I will not step into details here. We can speak later on after the presentation. So the test... Okay, so we are stepping to the next area, which is test case generation. The main challenges here is you can start creating your manual tests when you are doing exploratory manual testing, or even when the software is at design level. After that, a product owner should go and actually revise your test cases, suggest on the scope, and some amendments. So this is additional time for you to maintain them a little. After that, when the product is changed, you should maintain them again. And this is the step where most people miss. And it's the most crucial, because when new people come, they should be up to date with these test cases. So yeah, there is one solution which I will show you quickly, which is called Taskgate, which is actually solving to some extent stuff, we can ask it to generate test cases by using AI, and we are asking it to generate some test cases about one public site, which is GSM Arena.com into this case. And actually, this example is creating test cases by not using logging functionality, but it has ability to use such. As you can see, it starts by something general proposition like use these and these browsers, but it also steps into deeper level by going and suggesting to check the menus and also some phone and brands. So it is really stepping into the site itself. So you can see that these menu items actually match the ones that are proposed here. So it really does the stuff. So the test cases generation tools, there are not very much solutions in quantity on the market. So I will just say a few words about this Taskade that we took a look. It has some really good starting point of coverage. And this Generate Test AI is actually a Visual Studio Code extension, which is using ML and AI to generate test cases out of your code. So the next area is test scripts generation. So when you start creating these tests manually, of course, it takes time. You need to maintain them in terms of locators, etc. So this area also needs some, actually needs some steps to be taken. So let's take a look. Here we use the testcraft demo. Actually, this tool that I will show you, it is going deeper and proposing test cases by component. It's not proposing you a total solution end-to-end one, but after that you can automate the test suggestions that it gives. So as you can see, it's a Chrome extension. You can pick an element and can ask it to actually generate test ideas. So you can see it's a really good list of nodes. Let's say that you can't sometimes think of all of them, or you can give them as a base to think out of new ones. You can see positive, negative cases, and also some even stuff that are in addition, like proposals. So as you can see, the creative ones, yeah. So you can use some of them. There are checkboxes next to all of them. You can use some, and you can ask the tool to actually automate it by using, as you can see, Cypress, Playwright, using JavaScript, TypeScript, or to ask it to generate the page object model or not. So it starts generating by the page object model. It creates the page class with some methods, as you can see, and also after that it generates the script to use this page object model in it. So it really gives you a hint and helps you in the very beginning of your test automation creation here. So the conclusion that I would give you here, the tools that I actually researched, they fall into three categories. script generation, coding assistance, as you can see, and scriptless automation test generation. Why I mention scriptless when it's test script generation? Because no matter that it's scriptless, underneath there are some scripts which are executed, which the final users don't see. The script generation, as you know, can be done by this tool. Actually, there are not much end-to-end tools that can do that. Actually, the coding assistance ones are, let's say, GitHub Copilot, ChatGPT, even Apply Tools has its test execution cloud, but I'll speak about it a little bit later. So Mabel, also test project, AccelQ, some other tools like that are also can be used for scriptless automation, test generation. So let's move to the next area. So self-healing test scripts. So self-healing is actually the most important area in which the automation tools that are using AI are focused. So the challenges that we have here are mainly focused on the fact that there are some UI elements that actually can be changed by changing their locators. Their layout can be changed as well. Also tag names, attributes. So we need maintenance of this. And if some tool can do it for us, that will be really good and saving time, I would say. So here we will take a look about a solution called Helinium. Helinium is actually based on Selenium, and it is supporting it mainly. So there are some pros and cons about this tool. The pros are that it is open source, so many companies can use it directly. Lower maintenance means that it can self-heal, so the maintenance of the test scripts is lower, and the automation testers can actually focus on other stuff to do, like creativity and thinking out of the box solutions that they can apply. Stability, yeah, we have spoken about it. Remote text execution, yeah, we can use the Selenoid remote test execution grid. Legacy support, this tool actually supports iframe and JS actions. Integration, we already mentioned that it actually integrates with Selenium-based automation frameworks like Selenite. And mobile support, it also supports Appium for web and mobile. The cons is that it is not touching modern automation frameworks like Cypress and Playwright. So this is the Helinium demo. So just a quick show here is that we are running an automated test that's creating a note in a test application. You saw this message, that the message was created, and then a button is clicked, the layout is changed, the UI locators are also rearranged, and no matter that their UI locators are also changed, the Helinium can do its job actually by passing the test, as you can see on the left bottom part of the screen. So what's going on here? It is actually validating this message here and on the bottom, And the main method that is creating the node, which is called create node, it's actually one and the same. And if we take a look deep down the code, we will see that actually the set of locators is just one set. There are not several of them predefined or something, but the Selenium is able to actually self-heal. So we can take a look at the Selenium report at the end, and we can see which locators have been changed, but the framework was able to actually heal and continue with no problem. So yeah, there are several of them. You can see that previously the node body was node body, and now it is node body changed, for example. So the conclusion here about these tools that I have lately been researching is that Selenium, yes, it is Selenium and WebDriver compliant. There is one tool called Cypress Test Goat. This Test Goat is actually a plugin to Cypress. It can propose you a set of UI locators with grades in terms of speed execution, maintainability, how long they are, etc. So you can choose of them which one to apply or not. Playwright still don't claim to have a self-healing mechanism officially applied. AppRetools Execution Cloud is actually having a self-healing mechanism. It is performing like that with grades of the locators again, and it is directly applying it and showing what's changed. Test Trigger is another tool which is actually it is claimed as the human-like emulator. So if it can't find element in any other way, you can actually it can use search it by text. Selectors healing from Selectors Hub, for example, they are actually validating a bunch of locators in a batch manner, but me personally didn't see any propositions, but it's still useful. The visual comparisons, the challenges here that most of the tools are pixel perfect. They just say this baseline matches this screenshot or not, which is not sufficient enough at all. So we need to visually see what are the changed areas. They should be marked somehow, and also we should be able to have the actual ability to say, okay, this part of the screenshot is not with that big business value. Let's actually ignore it and don't take it into consideration. And also the visual comparison, what we need different combinations of tools, operating systems, actually browsers, resolutions. So we need a good support matrix here as well. So the AppRetools, it has eyes for this visual comparison and also for the image-like repo, and actually execution cloud in which it can self-heal, can run this cloud of actually this ultra-fast grid for it can actually execute 15 combinations for less than 10 seconds. So the tools are AppRetools. pCloud is also using visual AI, and actually AppRC is more suitable for mobile and web. Again, it's a product of browser stack. The actually raised effects automatically is an extra topic that I would like to really quickly scratch here. So there are not much tools on the market, but the idea is that there is one company called Virtusa. Actually, it is offering automatic defect triaging by classifying, by categorizing the failures in different categories, which are failure categories, and they're based on the previous test runs. It also spots on the core reasons why the stuff failed, and it's actually making some proposals. My general conclusion is what I can say, that no matter currently how much the tools are evolving, because they are, let's say, in some doing some baby steps to getting to some mature stage, they still need human supervision at all levels. So we would like someday maybe to see an autonomous decision, but in order to see it, we need this business model, because it can step into test data generation, test cases generation. It can also help you create and not duplicate your test scripts. It can actually help you a lot for the visual comparison. So if we have this business valuable model, this business value model, it can help quite a lot to have one complete solution stepping in all of these areas. So we should concentrate on our human creativity and thinking out of the box skills, because that's what gives us advantage of AI at the moment. So we should use AI just for a helper and not a general solution. So now it's the time to ask if you have some questions about these topics. Okay.
Thank you. Were you able to actually quantify the improvement which AI tools will bring into the whole process?
How actually AI, what it actually brings to the
if you
team?
implement
Yeah. So what it actually brings is saving time in different sub areas. Like if you would like to maintain the scripts, automatically done. It can help you at least with some ideas which are time consuming. It can also assist you in automatic bugs logging, if you like. They are also showing you really well, if we were speaking in terms of visual comparison, where exactly the differences are for many combination of devices, browsers, operating systems, whatever. So it is really saving time by actually using it as a tool. If you would like to nail a hammer, it's harder to nail it with the hand, so you should use the hammer. So it's kind of like that. How much time? How much time is a really good question, depending on the project and, of course, depending on the maturity of the team members. We actually are doing steps integrating these solutions in some of our projects, but we still need time to actually give a value and some figures, how much it saved. It would be good to show this to you maybe the next time. Yeah. Yeah, maybe one more.
Okay, first, wonderful presentation. I have 3 questions, actually.
Okay.
I saw many people here holding their phones, photographing the slides. So I guess the first question would be, will the presentation be available after that?
Actually, I know that there are some recordings on the tracks on the site. So so far you can move backwards and forwards, so I believe they will be available for some time there, yeah.
Cool. Also, there were quite handy 2 names to write down. So I guess my second question would be, what kind of beer do you drink?
Just vice one. Thank you.
Okay. And the third one is actually about the self-healing tests. Is it possible to miss failing test because it has healed itself? Wow.
Yeah. Actually, that's a really good question. So we should. It is not that actually easy this to be done because like the Amplitude Execution Cloud and the Selenium, they're actually taking tons of data for each and every component. Let's say hundreds of points, and not just about the element tags or attributes data, but let's say also relation of this element with the other elements in the DOM, and more, and they're actually using a database for all of this data, putting their algorithms over. So these tools like Selenium, Cypress Test Goat, and also this Amplitude Test Execution Cloud, they are making sure that such cases are lowered to the biggest extent. Of course, there is nothing perfect in this world. Something could slip in some really corner and specific case, but it is lowered to minimum, I would say.
Thanks very much for your questions and answers. If you want, you can reach out to Stan. He will be here. And let's gather again after 10 minutes.
We're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
We've tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. That's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble.
Okay, if I can have your attention. Our next speakers have enormous experience in site reliability engineering. He is an SRE architect at SAP Labs, and she's an SRE engineer at SAP Labs. Today, they are here to give us, to share with us their experience in building a top-notch, all-inclusive monitoring system. So it's a huge pleasure for me to present Hristo Popov and Jane Savova.
Thank you.
Okay, so we all read fairy tales, or have read, whenever we were little. We know how they begin. Usually it's once upon a time in a land far, far away, and you know the rest. So every story has a common path, a constant sequence of ups and downs, and lots of lessons learned along the way. Today we are going to share with you our story path, and mainly the evolution of our team, and how we managed to develop the ultimate monitoring system. Stories are a good source of takeaways for us as individuals or professionals, and we really hope that you're going to take for you your takeaway from our story. My name is Jane Savova, and this is Hristo Popov. Itze, shall you do the proper introduction?
With pleasure, Jane. So, to start things up, who are we? We are a team of site reliability engineers, or SREs in short. We are situated in between the development teams and the operations teams to make sure that the application lifecycle goes smoother as a process, and also that there is availability. What we care about is automation, mainly, because we strive not to do anything by hand, especially repetitive tasks. And the key word, availability. This is the point that separates us from a pure DevOps team, because we talk about availability, we're also going to discuss two of our KPIs, mean time to detect and to recover. In other words, the time that it takes for us to identify that there is an outage situation and the time that it takes to recover it. We also support 7 of the critical services to operate for our cloud platform. and also are involved into infrastructure-related issues on 15 data centers of SAP. And on top of that, we provide 24/7 support for those critical services and the infrastructure. In the next 20 minutes, we're going to discuss two main topics. The first one being how we managed to staff our team, what kind of struggles we faced along the way, and some tips and tricks so that you cannot repeat those struggles. In the second part of the presentation, we're going to talk about the ultimate monitoring solution that we implemented in our team and the success that we have from it. So with that in mind, let's deep dive into it.
Okay, so as a newly formed team, we faced many problems. We really wanted to save the world from all its problems, but, well, things are not so easy. So the first problem, of course, chain reacted into many, many more. And each one, again, chain reacted in others. So the first problem we faced was the difference with the experience we all had, mainly because we all came from different technical background with different amount of experience. And yes, we were experts, but we were experts in our area only. Yeah, knowledge concentration. Also, as a pilot site reliability engineering team in SAP Labs Bulgaria, we had a constant growing backlog, simply because our managers had great ideas for us. And of course, this led to other problem, which is only deepening the already chaotic intra-team process and roles, which of course reacted into other problem, the technical chaos. It was pure anarchy. We'll go to it a little later on. So, as Christo already mentioned, our team supports business-critical services during offline hours. So, mainly because of the knowledge concentration, we constantly felt the urge to call a colleague for help in the middle of the night. It's not pleasant. And those problems were only for starters. So, having in mind what situation we had put ourselves in, we had to find a fast and proper way how to start sorting things out. So, what we did next was to sit down and brainstorm what areas we can improve on. We identified three key things. The first one was the human factor, the second was the knowledge distribution, and the third was the technical side. So, starting with the human factor, we had to identify some roles that had the role to give us direction and to steer the team ship on a straight line. So those are indeed the Scrum Master and the Product Owner. Initially, the Product Owner was with slight nuances of a team lead, but obstacles made us separate both roles later on. And whenever our monitoring tool emerged, we had to introduce another team member as a role, the architect. And to draw the line, it is possible to implement Scrum into a non-development team. So dealing with the human factor let us concentrate on the knowledge distribution. As a team with huge portfolio and critical one, we could not allow ourselves not to be able to work on different fronts, whether the issue was infrastructure related, monitoring related, service related, programming, etc. So we had to deal with the knowledge distribution. We started conducting deep dive knowledge sharing sessions for the services we were supporting, following by intra-team trainings, in order to make sure that we can spread to some extent the different type of knowledges in our team. Then we built a solid documentation so we can have a documentation shoulder to cry on and not a colleague over the phone in the middle of the night. And last but not least, we created an outage runbook. What is an outage runbook? Practically, it's a documentation onto which we can turn whenever we want, whenever we need, in a critical situation. So 2 out of 3 was fine, but not enough for us, so we started dealing with the technical chaos. Long story short, we had a total anarchy. We had different tools written on practically on whatever we could write. We had things written in Java, in Bash, in Python, in Node.js, on Jenkins, Groovy, DSL, Plus the fact that we back then didn't have a version control system. Yes, I know, it's not a common practice, nor a good practice not to have one, but yeah, facts are facts. So we started with the unification. Now we finished the race, having only Jenkins Groovy DSL as a bash, and bash as two main languages, and Java is being used only whenever we collaborate with other teams. We also introduced a version control system, so we can have our code base on one single place. Plus the fact that code reviews were constantly being conducted, we ensured that we minimize the amount of bugs and regressions introduced in our code. And as site reliability engineers, we had to know to a great extent how our supported services work under specific circumstances. So we introduced regular service testing. And that being dealt with, we were awarded. How? We managed to decrease the time to react, to recover and detect, and we also managed to minimize the occurrences on which our colleagues had to call a friend for help in the middle of the night. But having in mind how many improvements we made, this was not enough for us. We continued thinking, how could we improve even more? How can we make sure that we're sleeping safe and sound during the night whenever we're being providing on-call shifts? How could we minimize as much as possible the mean time to detect and recover? And how we can automate even more the monitoring we already had. Not that our monitoring back then was a big deal, having in mind that it was mainly comprised of single automation steps that had to be run by hand, plus the fact that we had to correlate other symptoms and check them on different tools, and then all that separate information, we had to build it one by one in order to see the whole picture. So what we did next was to think how indeed the perfect monitoring system looks like.
So what if we have a way to consolidate all of that information that we have from various tools across the platform and consolidate it into a single tool? What if that tool and that information, the set of data, is able to give us a way to consolidate and pinpoint the exact location of the issue whenever an outage is occurring? What if we have a way to predict the outages and their outcome with certain possibility and react even before their occurrence? We have a way, and we have done it, actually. So you should be able to hear the sound, or not?
Notification from Splunk on call. You have an incident orchestrator on PERF. Landscape found issues with orchestrator on PERF.
As you just heard, the system is able to detect that there is an outage situation, and right away it gives us a call to the SRE engineer on duty. This is done by the fact that, let's face it, sometimes machines and computers, they are faster than humans, and we should not rely only on humans for doing that job. On the right side, you are able to see a Slack report of what exactly is the current state of the service in question, and you'll be able to see that the monitors are currently down for a specific service, and there is a very interesting line over here that says preliminary root cause analysis is X and Y and Z.
Notification.
And to be what you just heard, and so on the previous slide, all we had to do was to think outside of the box. The main drive here was how to make the situation work for us, instead of us working out of a situation at 3 a.m. in the morning.
So prior to doing any coding, we had to pick the right tool for the right job. So as discussed, that tool has to be able to integrate well with all of the existing monitoring solutions. After that, it has to be scalable and reliable enough to facilitate not only our current needs, but also any future ideas that come up down the road. And speaking about time to detect and recover, it has to be fast as well, as a monitoring system is expected to be. As a bonus, it has to be platform independent so that we can share that idea with other SRE teams outside of this specific platform. The tool for our job was a Jenkins automation server. Why? It's open source, first. We don't have to write anything about the tool itself. It's already there. 2, it's already been on the market for quite some time. It has a great community behind it. And 3, it has a lot of plugins that pretty much checked all of the boxes that we needed to. So now that we have the platform to work on top, what shall we do? Little did we know that we are actually trying to make a monitoring system that is, to some extent, able to replace a junior S3 in its role. So we wanted that monitoring system to have a certain characteristics and to be able to parse specific logs and to read them as if a human would do. We wanted that monitoring system to be able to understand metrics, whether it's a Java application or something to do with the VM box beneath it. And to be able to execute additional availability checks that the standard monitoring solutions are not giving us. And finally, but not least definitely, to be able to correlate that information into pinpointing the exact location of the issue. And why not having auto-remediation to save us some of part of the error budget and also S3 involvement. So we started working in that direction. The first version that we implemented was basically just to be able to prove that the previously mentioned points are actually achievable. We did that with Jenkins freestyle jobs. It was not that pretty, but actually it worked. So shortly after we proved the concept, we started working on version 2, where we increased the scope of the tool. We decided to organize that information into specific pipelines based on the service that we wanted to monitor. We added much more details into it so that we will be able to facilitate more and more the power of that tool. As a result, we shortened the time to detect and recover by approximately 40 to 50%. Version 2 was a success. However, we wanted to go even deeper. With version 2, we had a major drawback too, actually, that they were printing too much information and too much spam into the Slack channel that we just saw. So in a situation where there were multiple monitors down, each and every service was complaining on its own and sending messages, and that chaos kept continuing. So in order to resolve that problem, we decided to do a preliminary root cause analysis of a single service and a single root cause based on whether it's some kind of service or it's a dependency issue of that service, and to send a single message into the Slack. Along with that came the S3 automatic engagement and outage prediction, which we're going to talk about in a minute. That actually reduced, again, by half the time to detect and react. So in the next slide, I'm going to show you a high-level architecture of the tool. We're going to stop only on specific components because actually, if I have to be honest, it's going to take more than 1 hour or 2 hours so that we can scratch the surface of the monitoring system. First thing that we did is to separate the monitoring and logging solutions into 2 categories. The first one being basic, the other one being more advanced. So in the basic categories, we have synthetic testers. Those are bots placed outside of the landscape that are basically opening URLs of applications to verify that it's responding and it's with the proper code, and etc. And we have network monitoring solution in case it's not responding to verify if it's the network itself. So that integrates into the availability monitoring component. Think of those components as pipelines, basically. That component integrates, detects that there is a service down situation, and it writes directly into a service JSON file on the file system. We didn't want to introduce a database because, frankly, we didn't have that much data, just binary strings that are going to be stored in JSON files, and we didn't want to introduce any dependency of that service. After the availability monitoring component is done, just those service checkers that are for the specific services that are affected are being triggered in parallel. Those are all about the details. They are doing the log parsing, they are parsing the metrics, they are doing additional checks in regards to the availability, the intra-network connectivity, Dynatrace and other third-party integrations, and etc. Again, no specific logic applied yet, just writing into the service files. With that in mind, we start the brains of the operation, so-called COSO engine. That one, instead of integrating anywhere, it loads the service JSON files into its logic. It composes a binary string of more than 200 checks on a landscape level, the global one, and it decides based on specific patterns and regular expressions whether the service outage is something to do with the platform, critical service or at least critical one, based on the protocol that we have developed called the worst first. So, as an outcome of the COSO engine execution, we start auto-remediation whenever possible. We call the SRE engineer. We send the Slack report, and we have happy SRE, cloud engineer, and product support. If you think that I have forgotten about this component, the degradation engine, I haven't. This one is kind of a standalone. It's working only with metrics, calculates statistics, mainly exponential moving averages to see if the behavior of Java applications is going outside of the normal. We're going to discuss it shortly. So some of the two success stories. On the right side, you can see a report being printed out in Slack to our convenience, where it says that a certain service called the orchestrator is down, and it prints all of the monitors related to that service, which of them are affected, which are not. And probably the most important line over here, you don't see it over there, this one, is about the root cause analysis. There were traces of issues related to the RabbitMQ, which is the dependency of the service, within Elasticsearch, and therefore the start and deploy lifecycle of Java operations is affected. This gives us a great advantage to troubleshoot issues just before we have even logged in. This is the so-called degradation engine component where, as explained previously, it is able to understand metrics of Java applications and also virtual machines. In this particular scenario, it was able to identify that there is a deviation of the normal trend of operations of the application. And it was able to notify us that there is a performance degradation and probability of an outage situation hours before it actually occurs. So it kind of saved the day here. As a result of our hard work and all of the dedication that our team members have put into this, we were able to successfully file 2 different patents for the tool. So kudos to all of the team members. And now a short demonstration of what exactly the tool looks like and how it operates. The first thing that we do is we are going to do a misconfiguration in one of the service files where we basically forbid the application to communicate with the database. Kind of strange scenario, but for the showcases. And after we save, the configuration file will start the service, abruptly in this situation, and we wait for the synthetic testers to pick up the situation that the actual service is down. After that, the availability checker pipeline starts to kick in. And if you notice, each and every column represents a different service that we support in our portfolio. So those that are affected currently are being triggered for deeper analysis by the availability checker. If we now open up the logs for the specific pipeline, we can see that there are a few checks that are executed, but those are not the deep checkers. And we can also see that down the line, another streamline project being the service checker for DomainDB, this is one of the services, has been triggered. So this is the more detailed one, as mentioned, as promised earlier. We're talking about scanning logs. We're talking about parsing metrics to verify exponential moving averages. Here we can say that we are evaluating service problems, database problems, all of the metrics, for example, deadlocks, if there are such detected, and etc. different breadcrumbs here and there that could lead us to potential outage, and we can discover it. After this pipeline is complete, we then move to the causal engine, which quickly correlates the root cause for the issue, if such is available, of course, and it prints out this report, where we see that the service is affected, and it says that the cloud engineer should contact our team. The issue is in between the application and database communication. Max pooled connections are found, and it suggests to start troubleshooting from the application, database, or network in between them. So with that information in mind, we are able to conclude that the services are restored more quickly.
And we cannot finish off without saying what were our own takeaways during our whole journey. So some may sound a little bit cliche, like investing in people always pays off and life is all about adaptation and survival, but they all come from experience and the lessons we have learned so far. The next thing that we managed to find that is very true, as you know, when working in IT, finding the right people for your job is really critical. We also managed to identify that the most important thing in order for a team to be happy is the undisturbed good night's sleep. And last but not least, we also identified what is our own credo. I'm sure that some of you may find it somehow that is clicking within you. It's we are not lazy. We're just highly motivated to do nothing by hand. So whenever you have now questions, are warm welcomed.
Unfortunately, we are a little bit out of time.
Okay.
But feel free to come here after the presentation and ask Jane and Christo all the questions you want. I personally have some because it was really interesting. And see you for our next session in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together. Commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world. and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
We're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. There's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
If I can have your attention for our next speaker. He is a person with more than 25 years of experience in the IT industry, taking all kinds of roles from purely technical, from business critical, high-end ones. Today, he is here with us to give us his advice on a topic that I'm sure all of us have struggled at one point or another, and this is building effective diagrams. So it is my great pleasure to present to you Yanshu Dimitrov.
Thank you. Thank you, Theodora. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you. I hope you're having a good time during the conference. I will not be giving advice. I will be sharing experience and trying to motivate you to get deeper into this area. So my name is Yanshu, as Theodora mentioned, and first a little bit about my context. As she mentioned, I started as a software engineer, did almost everything within the process, like QA, architect, project program manager, then moved at some point to the dark side, started dealing with business, with sales, and currently at Musala, I'm responsible for business development, which means acquiring new clients and also strategic clients, making sure that they stick with us for 8, 9, 10 years in a row. So all the time, since the beginning of my career, I have here actually my mentor in my first development job at Etsy. Because we were a product company, we actually were designing our products. And from the very beginning, I was also engaged in coming up with ideas about the system. So I used diagrams from day one of my career. And I believe it's a really, really effective tool. It's also underutilized, and it's also not used the best way in most of the cases. So this is why I decided that I will do this, this talk. So diagrams have been around for a while. I'll just go through some examples that you might not know. So the Egyptians, long time ago, as you see, they were using diagrams to manage the process of building the pyramids. Our European ancestors, this bronze disc was found in the area where Germany is currently. So they were diagramming the stars. Also, Babylonians were diagramming the world so long time ago. This is how they thought the world looks like. Egyptians again with the stars. China, star maps. Arab people, again, interested in how lunar eclipse happens. And then some more recent and ones that I guess you know. So one of the most famous diagrams is Leonardo's Vitruvian Man, and also others like in Great Britain, a couple of centuries ago, when the cholera outbreak in London was a big issue. They were trying to make informed decisions about how they manage and isolate the areas. More and more looking like the current age diagrams. One diagram that is really, really famous, Mendeleev's periodic table, although actually in reality, originally it looked like something like this. And I would say iconic diagram that actually shows how a really complex and information-rich topic can be presented in a really, really effective way. So why care about diagrams? The good diagrams, they help understand complex systems in an effective way. Also, there is a saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and actually that a diagram is worth 1,000 pictures because of the simplicity, because the elimination of the clutter, focusing on actually what needs to be passed as a message. And yeah, diagrams are used to clarify, to send clear messages, to convey clearly information. So the good diagrams do this. Also, there are bad diagrams. This is why we should care, because if you need to make a diagram, and if you don't do it well, chances are something really bad can happen. So 3 quick examples. Ariane spacecraft, which exploded after takeoff. There were 2 teams. There were 2 systems that were communicating with each other, 2 software systems, and they were managing the flight. And actually, there was an issue with the communication between those 2 systems, and at the end, at the aftermath, with the analysis, it turned out that actually a diagram that was misleadingly presenting how the communication should happen was one of the things that helped this horrible thing happen. The same with Mars Climate Orbiter, which actually got too close to Mars and exploded. Then there was another issue. Then there were 2 teams that were working on the software, and one team was preparing some specifications and diagrams, and then the other team needed to build on top of them. And in one diagram, there was the information about how close to Mars it should go, things like this, and it was in miles. And the other team interpreted it as kilometers. And then what happened? That at the end it came closer to Mars and yeah, exploded. And with Fukushima, as you may know, Fukushima the Fukushima disaster was due to an earthquake and tsunami. But the thing is that there was time to try to react, and the operators needed to analyze the situation, consider what's the state of the nuclear reactors, and try to make them not melt down. The thing is, again, one thing that contributed, they needed to quickly analyze a lot of documentation, a lot of diagrams. Again, some diagrams had not really correct information and not really clear information so that they can make better decisions on what to do and maybe help not get into that big of a disaster. Ugly diagrams, there are also ones. I'll just click through some. I'm sure that many of us have been exposed to such and have seen this. Instead of simplifying things, just adding additional confusion. This is with a great name, Simplified NAS. And actually, when you see those diagrams that I just shown, like these ones and this one, I think maybe it comes to your mind that source code and diagrams sometimes, in some states, they have one thing in common. Does anybody? Yeah. Shout it out. That's correct. But I'm rather referring to this state of code and that. Who said it? All right, great. I have a book for you for diagrams. Here you are. My pleasure. So, actually the common thing that I was looking for is that they both, at sometimes they come served with tomato sauce, parmesan, and parsley, spaghetti. Yeah, but still, why should one really care? So one main reason, it's raining diagrams in the software world. So they're all around us, no matter what you do, QA, BA, developer, whatever, they are diagrams in requirements, in testing, in data, everywhere. So they are with us, so you'd better be good at doing diagrams. But why personally they are good for you? So first of all, they are good for self-support, for problem solving. If you are solving a complex problem, and if you start drawing and designing, not designing, but start drawing and diagramming the bigger picture, usually it helps you decompose the problem, it helps you find a solution quicker. Definitely improved communication. So if you can do good diagrams, you can pass more complex messages and more complex ideas more easily. This is related. You can sell your ideas in a better way. So especially if you want to convince somebody of something that he doesn't really understand, it's much better to help the message with some diagrams. Really important reason for me, it's a transferable skill. No matter if you're now junior, mid-level, senior, architect, top J, whatever, or if you're doing QA or you're doing dev, diagramming skills will help you always. This means that if you acquire this skill, it will help you throughout the career. So those types of transferable skills are really important, according to me, for everybody's career, because you invest once and then you use it along the way. And last thing, no matter what you do, sooner or later you'll need to do diagrams. At some point of your career, you will do it. So all that said, I believe it's clear why should we care. And then 1 week ago, I saw this tweet. A guy that saw the new feature of ChatGPT, that it can analyze graphic objects, and put this one of those diagrams that I showed you, and said analyze it. And it analyzed it. So actually, even a very complex or not really well done diagram, ChatGPT can help you. But why you do a diagram to explain something more clearly, but then use somebody to explain you the diagram? Still, I played with it. So I put it, I said, analyze the diagram. Certainly, it responds, and it provides you information, like 2-3 screens of information about the faces that are described, etc. But the faces were very short. I insisted, describe it in detail, each face. Again, detailed description. So it can do it. So I thought maybe I should actually recreate my session into a session how to use ChatGPT so that we can cope with ugly diagrams. But still, decided to move on. Actually, I think the more important thing is to understand how to make good diagrams that your audience would not need ChatGPT or somebody else to explain them. So this talk was delivered like half a year ago. For the first time, it was a 45-minute session, so it includes additional information that I will not be able to cover today, but still I kept it in the presentation, so whoever is interested can contact me after that via LinkedIn or email or whatever, and I will send you the information, which includes also the last part. So I will focus now on discussing what makes a diagram effective, and I will share you some practical tips about it, and we will show you those tips through refactoring that we'll do together of a diagram. So what is a diagram? I'll just read this out loud. A visual representation of object systems organized and connected in a way aiming to explain in an understandable manner complex idea structures to a certain target audience. The important thing, target audience. So it is a good diagram is not a good diagram in general. A diagram has its purpose to convey a message to a certain audience. This audience has profiles, 1-2 types of people. They know this, they don't know that. They have those skills, they don't have other skills. So a good diagram is a diagram that serves passing the message in an effective way to this target audience. It might be not understandable by other people, but it's not a problem. The book that I just gave to the gentleman, actually on the cover has this picture. It's a simpler definition. A diagram is something that is visually represented and helps someone. I like it. So what are the characteristics of an effective diagram? So first, as I said, it should have a meaning. I mean, in many cases, people say, we need just to do a diagram of this, and start doing a diagram of this. So it should be clear what you need to explain or what you need to pass as information and to who. And this who has what characteristics. So intention and clear target audience are key. Clarity. Of course, everybody will say, of course, it needs to be clear. But saying to be easy to understand at a glance, it doesn't mean that you need to look at the diagram and to understand everything. Of course not. I mean, complex systems or complex concepts, they cannot be represented with a simple or like totally clear thing that you look at, you understand. No. But when you look at it, you should grasp clearly the bigger picture, and you should clearly find your way to what you need. So this is meant by clarity here. Simplicity, again, in the context of what I just said, it should be as simple as possible, but not simpler than enough to explain the complex topic that is with you. Consistency, extremely important. So there are so many cases where you see diagrams and you cannot orient yourself why those objects look the same, but they're different things, or vice versa. So consistency means that if you see something that is represented in one and the same way, like colors, borders, shape, whatever, font, then those things should mean one and the same type of objects, and vice versa. If you are representing like one and the same types of objects in different places in the diagram, they should be represented in one and the same way. So this is consistency, and it helps extremely when you look at a diagram. Readability, easily readable text. Again, this is a big, how should I say, a big, this stupid cliche, low-hanging fruit, because most of the diagrams you have that big boxes and that small text. And yeah, you should consider that it should be easily readable. So use the space and make sure that things look well, not only when you are zooming, but actually if you can read it on your screen, most probably it would be all right on everything else, on print and also on such a screen. So that's relatively the principle. Everything should be logical, so no room for interpretation should be there for anything that you see on the diagram. So if there is something that you take a look and you can interpret it and you can have, if you assume this, then this would mean that. If you assume something else that would be different, then it is not good. You should work on making it logical. And three more, quickly. So it should be visually appealing. That's actually nice to have, but at least should not be visually appalling. Because if it's visually appalling, like the ones that we saw, you get a rejection from the person that reads it. So you should be careful with color, symbols, etc. And you should take care of hierarchy and relationships to be represented in a, how should I say, proper way. So the logic of any hierarchy of the objects that you have should be seen, be it with size or inclusion, one in the other, etc. So those were the, let's say, 9 characteristics that I wanted to share about what makes usually a diagram effective. If you're good on most of those, then a diagram is usually effective. So now let's go for some practical tips. I will use a diagram that we created many years ago for a client where we did, it's a test automation diagram. So it is a diagram that we created for a German client where we were doing test automation POC, then first steps in test automation for them, etc. And then we moved to, it would be too much to say large-scale implementation, but significant implementation. So we had a proposal to make a sophisticated in terms of results achieved test automation solution for them that will help them remove a lot of manual testing and go for automated testing for quite a few systems that were living on top of a common platform. So we needed to clearly propose to them our solution, although we had also already their trust and convince them that we thought of everything and that actually the thing that we are proposing is very, very clear. So I'll use this diagram I should have showed to you, actually. This is how it looked at the end. So I'll take a previous version of the diagram that my colleagues worked on, and then when we were doing a few iterations of making it better, I will show the practical tips. But this is why the pause, so I'll just go back so that you're not distracted. I forgot to tell you something about diagrams, but anyway, it was a nice thing. I'll tell it to you about my motivation with the diagram. Sorry about that. It's a joke, but from life. So we were bidding for a project at a client, and It was an important client to win. We wanted to win it. There was fierce competition, 5, 6 companies. No matter what, long story short, we won the project. We did it extremely successful. And 1 year later, I had the confidence to ask the technical director why you chose us, actually. And I asked him, was it the price? Did you like us, how we talked? Was it like the technical solution that provided? What was it? And you know what he told me? He told me, Jancho, you won't believe it. Out of all technical proposals that I received, and out of all technical diagrams that I received, yours was the only one that I understood. Not the one that I most liked. He didn't say I liked yours. He said I understood only yours. So coming back to the importance of diagrams. So we want a major client and a major project this way. So white space, extremely important. It can be your friend, it can be your enemy. Very much misused. In some places, people put a lot of white space that it doesn't add any value, and still they get objects too much together so that you can't see that they are actually objects. So this is the original diagram on top of which we will be doing the refactoring. So as you can see, there are a lot of white space that actually doesn't add any value, the green ones. On the other side, you see a lot of places where there is so much space that you actually can't figure out that those are separate objects. If you look the original one, do you see that those are like, say, four main building blocks of it? I don't see it. So this is the change that you can see, adding white space, how much easily graspable is the big picture. As I said, you don't understand it immediately, everything, but you start from the big picture and you can get deeper. Labeling and annotations. Fonts, as I said, as big as possible, not enormous, but big, so that use the space so that it is readable. Avoid abbreviations and acronyms. Think about what your target audience is. So would they understand this abbreviation? Would they understand this term, etc.? Diagrams is with limited space. So actually being concise and brief and still explicit without people thinking, okay, what is this? Without asking them to think, it's a challenge. So this is something that, that is hard to do, but still you should strive for that. So many examples. So here, as you see, system under test and environment, schedule and execution. As you see, those are titles of one and the same level of building blocks. But still, it looks like scheduling and execution is much more important. Then we have here the R2 tests, R3, not really adding any value, because if you get into the details, you understand why. The same goes here. So instead of, those are too small on the top left side, tier 1 reports, defects. Why there? Why so small? This is how we changed it. So you see that now we have consistency. We have also the information here, not in the small labels, but with a much bigger one. And it's much more understandable this way. So third tip, and I'm taking care of the time also, size of elements, not bigger than needed. The bigger the elements you make, the bigger the diagram becomes, and the less readable it becomes. So in this case, you can see, for example, on the top left side, why this size, and especially of empty boxes, also why those are exactly this size. So what we did is we made it like logically sized in a way. Lines, extremely important. So people don't think that actually lines are a tool. So your lines, thickness, color, dotted, dashed lines, arrows, etc., those are tools that can pass a message. So looking at this one, again, the original one, all the lines are the same. Looking at that one, maybe you have not noticed it explicitly, because we saw it like 3-4 times already, but now you would mention that the major building blocks, the 4 major building blocks, the lines are thicker. It helps you. Maybe you just feel it, but it helps you outline the importance. So lines are something that you can use to make your diagram better. Color, background, font, again, extremely important tool that can help you pass a message. In our case, we didn't have that much to pass as a message, but still, if you see the original one, the titles here, they are hardly recognizable, especially on the top side. So what we did is the 4 blocks, the 4 major blocks, we made. So first, all, let's say, groups and subgroups. We said if it's a title, it will be blue. Then the bigger ones are with bigger font and all caps. And then you see the, not the shadow, but the background behind. And again, you might not notice it like, OK, it makes a real change. But in general, if you feel this one, this diagram, is much clearer and much better than that one. The reasons behind are those things that we did as a change. So everything helps. A minute and a half. Alignments on elements. Here, actually, my colleagues did a really good job from the beginning. So even here, things are quite aligned. But yeah, there are still some things that can be changed. But in general, horizontally and vertically, everything should be aligned, just like in UI, as you know. It makes things much more easily graspable and easy to use. And the last set of practical tips. So every element, every detail that is on the diagram should be there for a purpose. So if something doesn't add value, just remove it. Use symbols and images. They are much more easily spotted. So you should make sure that you don't, let's say, overuse them. And they are much more easily rememberable. So they stick. And at the end, do a final review. So take a look at, OK, this is my release candidate of the diagram. Get whatever list. You can use my checklist, 9 characteristics. Can I do something better for this, something for that? So in terms of logic, because I'm out of time, I'll not get into, not out of time, but I don't have much time. I'll not get into details about applying the last tips. But again, things like, OK, why this is exactly with this elliptical form, it should be something special, because it's the only one like this on the diagram. And you start thinking, and there is nothing special about it, really. So don't do it. If it doesn't make sense, like, don't do it, because otherwise you make the person think. So this is how it looked. So you do a final review. Does it fulfill the purpose? Our program manager, like on the client side, the program manager who is a technical guy, the architect, the test manager who was not exactly technical, will they understand what we propose to them? Clarity, can we do something else? Something else to help with clarity, with simplicity. So you challenge yourself, and if you feel comfortable, then I think you have a good diagram. So what you can get, as I said, from my presentation additionally, a step-by-step process about how to create a diagram from scratch, because we talked about applying tips on refactoring a diagram. Some resources. There are not many, actually, trainings for doing a good diagram, but still there are some. I will share links with you. There are a few blogs focused on diagrams. Again, not many. There are a few books, just a few books that are published. Just contact me, and I'll send you everything after that. No problem. No need to. This is the book that the colleague with the spaghetti got. And yeah, just link to some diagramming tools, but the tool is not that important. And also my recommendation on how to play and exercise so that you get better. So with that, I would like to encourage you to take diagrams a little bit more seriously than you're taking them today. If I manage to convince you, consider this, I will be happy. And yeah, the other thing is that there is, how should I say, a small step that you can do, and you will be shining twice as you're shining now. And chances are people around you will benefit from this and will actually admire your success. So thank you very much for your attention. I'll take a question.
Thank you very much, Jancu, for this very practical presentation. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but Jancu will stick around, so go directly to him. I'm sure he will be happy to answer everything. And be back here in 5 minutes, because we will have our final keynote, and it will be very, very interesting. So see you in a while.
Thank you.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together. Commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
Hello, everyone. Annie, can you believe we are already nearing the end of ISTA 2023?
Yes, it was a very exciting day, but unfortunately, it almost came to an end. We have one last speaker today. It's actually the last keynote speaker. His name is Jason Beres. He's the Senior Vice President of Developer Tools at Infragistics, and he will be our closing keynote. Something about him. Jason and his team spearhead the customer-driven innovative features and functionality throughout all Infragistics testing, developer, and user experience products. Jason works directly with Infragistics customers around the globe to ensure that their needs are met through our products and roadmaps. He's a former Microsoft.NET MVP, and he's the author of several books on software development, covering topics like SQL Server, Visual Basics, Rich Client, and web development. Jason is a national and international conference speaker and keeps very active in the developer and UX community. Jason, welcome on stage.
Thank you. That was very nice. Thank you very much. Thank you. OK, so I'm the last one today. I won't keep anyone here longer than I have to. But the raffle is after me, so hopefully at least you stay for that. So today, I'm using my computer up here, so I don't have the clicker to change the slides, so I'll kind of be moving back and forth. But what I want to talk about is trends in software engineering. I had like 10, then I had like 100 slides, so I had to get rid of like 7 of them, so we're down to 3, which I think aren't new to anyone. You could probably guess what the first one's going to be, because that's all anyone ever talks about. but I want to elaborate on why these are important for you to focus on and to think about. But the big thing that I want to emphasize is while we're all here talking about engineering, best practices, and things like that, it's always for an end user. It's always for a customer. And when your management is talking about what to build next and what features that they need to drive business, they're talking about business outcomes, they're talking about business value. So everything that you're doing, you need to circle back around and determine, does it have high business value? Is the business outcome what we need to drive revenue? Or is it just because it's cool, because it's AI? I think the previous speaker had a lot of great examples. His graph wasn't the best, his diagram, but he won the business because it was clear, easy to read, easy to understand, and the guy's like, it doesn't mean I like it, but you're going to get my business, right? So there was a high business value to what he did, and he got the work. So those are the things that we need to consider when we're talking about features and functionality. So this is about me. I've been at Infragistics for about 20 years. I was an MVP. I've written a bunch of different books, mostly now. I'm talking to customers and figuring out what the best approach is for what we build. Still very heavily into technology. Still do some bit of programming, but not a whole lot. Nothing to the degree of what I saw you guys demonstrating today in all the great talks. But here's the three that I boiled down to in terms of trends that really do deliver business value and business outcomes. The first one being AI, of course. It's all about AI. The second one being composable apps, which might be a new, maybe an old concept, but a new approach, just because technology has moved us forward in such a way where it's easy to build composable apps, and you can sort of define business value in something much smaller, like a micro or a mini app that can be used by some other framework that you may know nothing about or have anything to do with. And then low code. If you're not using low code, you're going to see today why you should be using low code. So let's first talk about generative AI. This is really crazy. There was a survey done by Gartner, and of course, 52% of IT leaders expect to use generative AI to build software, which is no surprise. You looked at Donna's keynote today, all the co-pilots and all of this stuff helping developers do their jobs better. We talk to some of the biggest organizations in the world, and they're already at 50%. They're using models and they're improving, they're fine-tuning models, right? They're just adding stuff to the edges to make it better for them. And they're seeing improvements of 1%, 2%, 3% a month in productivity using AI to generate code, to build unit tests, all these things that you're seeing today. So how are you taking advantage of AI in your business to deliver business value? But I think the funny thing is the 30% of IT leaders who do not expect to use AI. So if I was those 30% or the guys that work for those 30%, I would be like, man, I'm going to have a good job next year because I'm going to get promoted because my boss doesn't believe in AI, which is pretty crazy that there is still people running IT in companies that don't believe that AI really is something that can drive not only just extreme productivity, but really extreme business value. And so when we first started looking at things like ChatGPT at Infragistics and started to talk to customers, when it was very new, like last year, there was a lot of naysayers and like it doesn't really do what I asked it to do. It didn't give me the results I expected. And you'll still hear this today. And I mean, I use it all the time, and you really have to work at it to get to your results. But there's no doubt that it increases productivity, but it also increases your satisfaction of your job. So a lot of us do boring work, right? You're doing the same crap you've done forever, and I'm much older than most of you, and it's the same stuff that people did like 25 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. And when I talk to managers all over the world, they're like, I hate walking by the desks where my developers are working and I see them writing all this code in console windows and Notepad and all these other tools. Why do we still have to do all this stuff? And that's where AI can really help out. The purpose of it is to really drive your productivity while it's, learning about what you're trying to build and what your job is or what context it's trying to improve for your current tasks. So the developer experience, this is data from GitHub. Many of you may have seen it. But before I show this, how many people have used like GitHub Copilot? Wow, so like not many. How many people will use it after you saw all this stuff today? Only a few more. Huh, that's pretty crazy. I think some people are afraid to raise their hand. But these are real numbers. So Microsoft, when they release GitHub Copilot, of course, they have to tell everyone how great it is because they want to charge money for it. So if you look at the charts here, when using GitHub Copilot, I am more productive. This was 68% of people. Satisfaction and well-being. They feel less frustrated, 60% of people. So what this does is when you're sitting there and it's like 7 p.m. and you want to go home because you've been working on something since 7 a.m., if an AI can answer a question for you or fix something really silly that you know is silly, it can do it in an instant. And maybe it's not perfect code. Maybe you still have to have someone check it and make sure that it's good enough to get checked in and into your continuous integration process, but you can move past that. And that's what AI is doing, and it's proven results. It's proving to actually do that for people. So the big thing, however, that you do need to focus on when you're starting to learn the AI is the prompt engineering. You heard about it in the testing talk. You heard Donna talk about it. You probably heard it outside in different other talks. But learning how to ask the AI questions to give it more and more context will give you better and better answers. So if you start with something and you're like, oh, this is crap. All right, well, how can I rephrase this? What you might want to do is ask the AI how to ask the question. And then it'll give you suggestions. So you can say, hey, I'm trying to figure this out. Can you give me better ways to ask you so you give me a better answer? And then it'll give you like 10 options. And you say, well, that's actually what I want to do. Grab that one, ask it again, or you don't even have to grab it. You just say, can you use the third one that you mentioned? And it'll just go ahead and do it. So that's how easy this is when you're having these chat experiences. And the nice thing is, it is actually a chat. So every time you ask a question, it's taken the whole context of everything you've asked it, and it's answered, it's reposting it, and then it's coming up with that next thing. So it does know what's going on. One of the tricks I just learned in Visual Studio Code is the more tabs you have open with the stuff that you're working on, the GitHub Copilot will prioritize all those open tabs. So let's say, for example, you're working with a data set and you want to parse this data set or ask questions about this data set. If you have that JSON open in a tab and you just say, hey, in this data set, can you XYZ, give me the top 10 of whatever, it'll automatically do that based on the fact that it's open. So it's inferring that, hey, you want to do something here, I'm going to go ahead and use what I'm aware of in the context of what's happening right now in VS Code. So doing this prompt engineering and learning how to use or how to ask the AI questions will give you better answers. And this was another thing. Donna kind of mentioned this already in her keynote, but these guys, they were given the same problem. 45 people used GitHub Copilot, 50 did not. The ones that used it saved an hour and 30 minutes doing the same exact task. So it's kind of hard to argue against that, right? And maybe they didn't get the right answer the first time. And honestly, I would love to know what took an hour and 11 minutes, because this thing, once you start learning how to ask it questions, it just churns out code for you. And I just saw a video on the flight over here coming from the US, and they did an entire Node Express app with just prompting. So doing get, post, puts, deletes, creating the interfaces, creating the objects, doing all the code, and the guy was just in GitHub Copilot asking it questions. The whole video was 7 minutes. So it definitely is something to take a look at. So my recommendations for this first topic, start using AI today to accelerate your productivity. Everyone has access to these copilots. So you can use GitHub Copilot. I think they charge money for it, but you can also get a free trial. ChatGPT has a free version. The paid version, ChatGPT Plus, is like $20 a month. And what that means is you pay that extra money and you can always log in. So one of the things with ChatGPT is sometimes it's not available because there's so many people on the system. If you pay, you get the the ChatGPT Plus, and you can always log in, and you get some other benefits too, like plugins and whatnot. There's a new data analysis plugin, so you can take like a whole data set, either from Excel or a JSON file, XML file, and actually upload it to the AI, and then do graphs, charts, ask it questions. They'll do all the data analysis for you, so it's pretty slick, and it'll give you the code. So in case you want to just do it yourself, you can copy that code into Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code and just go for it. The second thing is to look at your existing portfolio and figure out how you can enable AI to your customers. Because one of the things is these big guys like Microsoft and others, they're training us to get this little box and to ask questions, right? Just like Google search. So this is what your customers are going to expect from your applications. So you need to start thinking about, is there value in what we deliver to our customers through prompts? Can we do AI on the back end, either using Microsoft Azure ML, which is using ChatGPT on the back end, using ChatGPT's interfaces? You can also just hook into their APIs with your own stuff. But think about that for your own customers. Because if you don't offer something AI and your competitors do, you are quickly going to see, just from a pure marketing perspective, that they will have perceived value above what you're offering because AI is so hot now. So that's the message on AI, and that is the first big business value outcome that you need to think about. The second one is composable apps. Composable apps are not new, but this concept of composability is getting more mature because technology and capabilities are greater now. So when we think about a plugin, we're thinking about, I go to a marketplace and I'm downloading this UI, like I go into my Edge or Google marketplace and I install a plugin. It's always about the user interface. Like, oh, I have this user interface that's going to do this. Well, if you think about a composable app, something that is like a framework that's just sitting there waiting for things to go inside of it, that you need to build it differently. It might not be all about the UI. It's about the API and the event channels that you're exposing. So if we think about using like Power Apps, is it Power Apps or Power Flow, where you're giving sort of, if this happens, then go ahead and do this. Oh, if this next thing happens, go ahead and do this. Certain applications have event listeners, so if something happens in Jira or TFS, it'll trigger something to go do something else in some other application. That is some level of composability, but it's not what this is talking about. So when you're building an application, think about the API, think about the event channel, and think about everything that's happening there to be able to consume someone else's sign-on, someone else's data. So the concept of composability extends beyond what you're traditionally thinking in terms of the user interface. So Gartner had another statistic about these composable applications. By 2025, 60% of new SaaS designs will support both UI-first and API-first applications. So it's not always going to be about the UI. So we talk about design, we talk about design systems, we talk about being pluggable, but how are you enabling that in your applications? So if you remember maybe 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, it was like, how are you monetizing your APIs? Well, I'm monetizing my APIs by charging people for my data. That's different. That's just like, I have an API and I have data to sell and I'm going to make money off my API. It's not about really what's considered a PBC or a packaged business capability. So I have a business capability. This might be something like an e-commerce flow. It might be something as simple as like I'm generating some code based on some random input and I'm going to output it somewhere else, but it's in an application. That's a packaged business capability, and that's what's delivering this level of business outcome. Why is this important? Well, if you've heard of super apps, how many people have heard of super apps? A few people. So this is maybe a newer concept for most. But super apps are all the rage in Asia. And so when you think of something like WeChat, the other big one is Alipay, they have built frameworks, which is just an application framework for everyone else to come and play in their sandbox. And what they're doing is, if you're going to come play in our sandbox, you need to enable this level of data sharing. You need to use our single sign-on. You need to have these types of events. You need to use this design system or this user experience. But what we're going to offer you in return is a crap load of users. And so when you think about WeChat has 4.3 million mini apps as part of their framework. So if you think searching the Apple App Store is hard to find an application or a mobile app for your phone, imagine a single mobile app being able to search a directory of 4.3 million mini apps that you can use. Everything from I want to scan QR codes for an event to I want to add things to shopping carts when I'm at a grocery store, to payment, to you name it. I mean, there's 4.3 million. But the big thing is that these super apps rival the number of users of Facebook, of X, formerly known as Twitter, for what the number of people using these super apps are. So Elon Musk, with X, he wants that to be a super app. That's ultimately his goal, is right now it's a platform. So he has the platform piece. Mostly it does news and social feeds. So how can he integrate other things like payments? Well, he started PayPal, so he could probably figure out how to integrate payments in there. But now he needs to make it attractive so other people join in. So the 15 popular super apps, WeChat, Alipay being the biggest ones, what they've done is they've made this app attractive enough by having some core capabilities which are attracting users to these applications, which then wants to bring everyone else in. In the US, and it's probably the same here, if you're building a strip mall, you want a Starbucks on the corner, right, of your strip mall, because if there's a Starbucks there, you're going to get a lot. Well, actually now it's a Chick-fil-A. You want a Chick-fil-A on your corner, because if there's a Chick-fil-A in your strip mall and you can convince them to put a store there, you're going to get 100,000 more cars in that parking lot a week than the guy across the street who doesn't have the Chick-fil-A. And so that's really the same concept. I want to pull people in to my mall because I have something good to offer. And now what you need to do is think about what you're delivering in your businesses. Is there something that you could turn into a mini app, a micro app, something that's composable that potentially you could add into other frameworks or could be consumed by maybe one of the existing super apps that are out there? So the recommendation here is obviously start with the business value. Everything isn't a super app. Like Infragistics has a lot of products. I can't think of any that would go inside as a micro app into a super app without like totally re-architecting what we offer in the market. But you might have something different. You might have something that can be composable, that can be pluggable into some other ecosystem. The big thing, though, when you're doing this, I have the second bullet, the composable experience should be API first. But remember that your customers of this is ultimately going to be developers, right? Because they have to integrate it in to maybe their application. So documentation is critical, examples on how to use it, all the things that you do for your product so people maybe within your company can use it or others are going to be important when we talk about app composability. So that's number 2, and it seems like that's a very new concept. Only a couple people raised their hand, and it's very big in Asia, and it'll eventually make its way over. I think applications that we all use like X and Facebook will eventually maybe morph into things like this. And then the third is low code. How many people are using low code tools today? All right, not many people using low code. So low code comes in many forms, and I didn't include it in this presentation, but I did a talk only on low code for SD Times, and I did like the top 50 low code open source tools. So when I think about low code, because we have a low code product, I think about building user interfaces, WYSIWYG, drag and drop, all this great stuff. But low code could mean a lot. So low code could be I'm doing something on my data side on the back end because I don't want to write that code. There is a low code tool in Visual Studio. It's called the Entity Framework Power Tool, where you just point it to the database and it rips through and it generates like gazillions of lines of code and you don't have to worry about any of your entity framework code. It just kind of works, right? So that's a low-code tool. There's low-code tools that build forms and they automate stuff like that. So there's a ton of low-code tools out there. If you want to just Google search SD Times and my name, low-code, you'll get the whole list of all of these out there, because there's tons of them. But here's why you should be thinking about low-code for your own productivity, and then how you might be even thinking about micro apps and delivering these packaged business value out to the market. So in 2025, it's predicted that the low-code market space is $29 billion in revenue. So that's $29 billion. That's a lot of money. But the bigger thing is that where low-code comes into play is that 41% of people in your company are technologists, right? So they're not developers, they're not in IT, they're in marketing, they're in sales, they might be your CEO, like our CEO. He's a business technologist, he wants to use these tools. But you have to enable them to do work, right? How do you enable them to accelerate all the things they're always nagging you in IT about? Well, you give them tools, and you give them low-code tools. And that's why these tools are becoming so popular, because it kind of started out as like, we need some marketing automation stuff. There's like, there's this form builder, and they can build a form that accepts names when they're at a booth at a trade show, and IT doesn't have to build it, and it goes into a Google spreadsheet, right, or a Google sheet, and that's great. Well, that's where low-code kind of started, and then it just went from there. It all started like, here's a Google sheet, I need something in front of it to do data entry, and now it's a tens of billions of dollars of market. So you have these business technologists that are outside of IT, and then 80% of devs are outside of formal IT using low-code today. So when you think about a developer technologist outside of IT, maybe they are in marketing, maybe they're in information systems group or something like that, they're using tools and they're writing code. And it's business production ready code that is achieving some functionality that they're not going to wait for you to build. And that's really where low code becomes so sort of like attractive to management, right? So if we look at this graph, 2025 was in that 40 billion, 2024 just under 40, but 2027, 80 billion. So the numbers are anywhere from like 85 to $100 billion in tools being sold every year that are low-code tools. And now today, everyone who uses Microsoft Office has low-code tools, because you have Power Apps, you have Power Flow, you have all these things. They're all considered low-code. So the message is, if you're not using low-code today for something, you will be, because it, along with AI, will accelerate what you're doing. And it will remove those things that are in your backlog that then you just don't have to worry about. So hey, let's go spend maybe $20,000 on some low-code tool, right? And now let's give it to the marketing department. And then all the stuff marketing needs, you don't have to worry about. You do have to worry about governance, you have to worry about access to data, so governance does come into play here. One of the biggest challenges with low code is that it created this concept of shadow IT, where the IT guy, your CTO, wants to control everything, right? Like they don't give anyone access to any APIs, any data, anything like that. But all of a sudden, marketing ordered some tool from Coney, and now they're building applications, and they're asking some guy, hey, can you give me access to this database? And the guy's like, yeah, I guess. He gives it to him, and now all of a sudden, your corporate data is in someone who has no idea how to handle data, right? And that's the same problem with ChatGPT. I said, oh, you could analyze your data set. Well, as soon as you upload your data, it's in the model forever. It will get out. It's going to leak. So be careful when you do that. But this is what happens. So governance across ChatGPT, so governance on your AI, governance on your low code ends up being something that's really, really important. And so now the spectrum here, this is a cool chart because it's showing you that even though you may not be using low code today, there's still a runway here where it just becomes a ubiquitous part of what you're going to be dealing with every day at the office. You're going to go in, and instead of doing everything in the developer tool that you're using today, there'll be some other tool that is automating or generating code or doing part of the work that you would have normally done by hand, just like ChatGPT. So the logical marriage is low code and AI when you start thinking about it, and then you start thinking about this composability, and it all kind of comes together. So here's some other really good statistics. 70% of enterprise apps will start with low code tools by 2025. And this is actually happening. So 2025 is only a couple years away. So maybe this is 2027. It doesn't really matter. It's in the next few years, right? So when you are looking at how you purchase software for your productivity at your company, and then if you are a software vendor, like you're selling services into companies like our product, those companies are using low code. So not only how can you add a prompt for AI in your application, but how can you enable low code? So Gartner actually, I had a meeting with one of their analysts a while back, and he said, I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, they tracked about 50 low-code vendors. It might have been 100. Now it's like 400 or 500 that are just purely low-code. But if you look at any SaaS company today, they all want to be low-code. They all have a low-code piece to them. So the recommendations here, obviously start with your business outcome. That's the whole purpose here. Before evaluating your technology stacks for low-code. Do you need code gen, automation, forms, back office? So think about the sort of stuff that you might benefit from or your customers might benefit from. And the biggest thing is the solution for a citizen developer like this technologist, or is it for a pro dev? Because a pro dev is going to be or demand like more sophistication in the tooling that you might be using in IT. And then finally, be prepared for very rapid change, because the low-code space, just like the AI space, is changing very rapidly. So whatever happens today, 12 months from now, is going to be actually completely different. So the conclusions here, this kind of wraps up, and I kind of mentioned it, where all of these technologies come into play. One of the key business drivers was also design systems, but I had too many slides, so we'll talk about it at next year's keynote. But when you think about AI, and you think about low code, and you think about these, how they can come together and deliver this high-value business outcome in something in a package that you could put maybe into a super app or a micro app or some composable app, you're going to get a lot of benefit from that. So I didn't go into design systems today, but how many of you guys are using design systems at your job today to build software? Okay, so a little bit more. And again, design systems feed into low code, and it's all tied together into building these high-value business outcomes. So I just wanted to, with my last 5 minutes, show a couple examples. All the images in my slides today I generated with Bing. I typed in a prompt, and it generated the images. But I think you saw in Donna's talk, not all AI is equal. So this is the question I asked. I said, can you create a modern image of app composability showing how mini apps or micro apps can be composed, blah, 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 blah. This is what ChatGPT gave me using DALL-E. And I'm not kidding. This is a screenshot of what it gave me. And then the exact same thing, copy and pasted, was from Bing. Well, I will say it was from Windows Copilot, the new button on your Windows Start menu for 2011 H2. I clicked that, I just typed it in, boom, I was done. The other thing I did is I said, you know what? I want to try a couple of these tools and avoid doing all these slides. So, whoops, how do I do this? Let me end my slideshow. Okay, cool. So I went to the web and I said, give me a slide AI maker. So the first thing that came up was Slides AI. What a great name, right? I mean, and so I gave it the same thing, but I actually listed, I said, these are the 4 things that matter. And this is what it decided to give me. AI, okay, that's cool. DevOps, like, it's not a slide deck for Bobby over there. What? This is not a trend. These are boring. So somehow the AI just kind of made stuff up. I took the same thing and I went over to this thing called Gamma, and look what it did. did exactly what I asked it. It created a slide on AI and machine learning. It made all this up. I didn't make any of this up. It made this up, did a slide for me. There's my design system stuff that I didn't talk about. Low code, no code. Oh, I also had BI and analytics in there. We would have been here all night. Industry innovation, it kind of made this up, but it actually created something cool and useful, right? There's a lot of stuff in here, and it was the same prompt that I gave to slides.ai, right? So while slides.ai has the Google juice because it came up first, this one also was like 4th or 5th, but it did actually exactly what I wanted. And then I also asked it, I said, how can, I want to upload my PowerPoint and I want to get notes from it. I just want you to summarize my PowerPoint. I don't have notes in my PowerPoint, just take what's in the slides. So I found this thing called There's an AI for That, and it pointed me to slide notes, and I uploaded this to, oh no, let's connect here. I uploaded my slide deck. It would only take 5 megabytes, so I had to delete all the images. But let's see if this will refresh. Yeah, maybe not. But anyway, it actually used AI to summarize my talk, right? So, I mean, just unbelievable. But the final thing that I want to show is something that actually has been a little, it's been advertised lately more and more.
Днес ще се съсредоточим върху водещите тенденции в постигането на бизнес резултати и стойност през 2023 година.
Hold on, we're going crazy
Първата
here.
тенденция е генеративното AI, което предизвиква голям интерес. И лидерите очакват генеративното AI да...
Close. Let's open that up again. Open recent. ISTA 2023, this guy. Okay, so I use this tool called Synthesia. And this is the prompt that I put in. It has a little AI wizard, so I just pasted in that little bit of text. And what it did is, let me get rid of this, is it actually, I'll play the video here, you can see that, oh, and I told it to do it in Bulgarian, right? So it's actually, I recorded it and then it speeds up. It started to create a video for me based on those few little bullets of prompts. So it did the whole thing, right? And so now I use this product at Infragistics for videos that I do. And what we'll do here is we'll make it bigger. And check this out.
Днес ще се съсредоточим върху водещите тенденции в постигането на бизнес.
Now I can tell you, I do not speak Bulgarian, but that's me.
Първата тенденция е генеративното AI, което предизвиква голям
And I don't even know
интерес.
what it's saying, so hopefully it's nothing offensive, honestly. It took it and it created something about AI. But what I did with this product is I took like a 2-minute video of myself reading a script, and now I can speak any language, like 70 languages. All I got to do is give it text. And that's it. And that's it. And so the way that this works is, and it's pretty crazy. I mean,
Втората тенденция е съставността на приложенията, която се отнася до модулни
yeah, it's going to keep going.
доставящи функционалност чрез API.
I mean, I had a lot to say.
Базирани на събития.
So when I got here today, the guys were joking about, oh, you're going to be doing this with a hologram. Yes, that is my goal. So the hologram is the next thing, but I'll open this up, and it's a little slow. It's using my, this is the title in Bulgarian, and if I click Edit Video, this is what it created, and it did it 100% with the AI. And that's the text, and there's me, and then when you say generate, it uploads it to the cloud, and then it moves my head and mouth to make it look like I'm actually speaking Bulgarian. So anyway, that's all I have for today. I want to thank everyone for attending ISTA. This was an amazing conference, and thank you for having me. And if you want to contact me about any of these tools, just shoot me an email or, just send me an email, and I'll be happy to share any of them that you'd like. But thanks again, everyone.